Hello, everyone, and welcome to Advective Weather Live here. We are back with yet another stint of live coverage as we're going to continue to cover more severe weather. We have more severe weather today, and this time, unlike the last few times, we have a few other concerns that we're going to be talking about as well. So let's just get started here. The major thing to talk about today, of course, is the severe weather threat. However, that is not the only threat that we have in store for us today. We also have a serious fire weather threat. So if I pull up the fire weather outlook over here, you will notice that we do have extremely critical fire weather conditions stretching all the way from Midland all the way up through the Oklahoma Panhandle into Kansas near Wichita. So if you're anywhere within that extremely critical fire weather condition, it's extremely important that you're not burning anything, that you're not throwing cigarette butts out windows, anything like that. You need to safely dispose of all of that, is again extremely critical. Fire weather conditions have been noted by the Storm Prediction Center down in Norman, Oklahoma. So this is where wildfires can and likely will spread rapidly as triggers do occur today across this region, unfortunately. And if we take a look at some of our fire detection products here, assuming they load in, we will just have to see. There are some fires that we know are ongoing within this area. We can see maybe if we can find it on the satellite. But you'll notice that we do have some fires that are ongoing here across the extremely critical and critical fire weather regions. So that's important to note today. However, that's not the threat that we are most concerned about. It's still a concerning threat. Most concerning threat, though, is the severe weather threat today. Now, we have two zones in a moderate risk. Now, this sounds awfully familiar. We talked about this with the previous risk on Friday before it went to two zones of high risk. Now, I don't anticipate we're going to get upgrades to high risk today, but you still need to take this quite seriously. So, our first zone of moderate risk, this is the one that's currently active. This is the one where storms are about to move in, and those will likely be a threat through around, I'd say, 8, maybe even 9 p.m. tonight as these storms move in. So you have this cluster of severe thunderstorms and this cluster of severe thunderstorms moving into our moderate risk area. And these are going to be the two big clusters that could cause concerns. We could have more storms fire along this line here. Then again, we also have that other severe storm there near Des Moines moving in that general direction as well. So this moderate risk is about to be active or is active. And this is exclusively driven by tornadoes. So there's a level 4 out of 5 here in place for tornadic activity. However, there's a level 3 out of 5 for large hail and a level 3 out of 5 for strong winds as well. And again, that is for that moderate risk. Winds for most, if not the entirety of the enhanced risk area as well as tornadoes, that orange area, and then our other moderate risk down here. This one is not currently active, but this one is expected to become active. And again, the tornadoes are the primary threat. This one's going to be more rare of a situation here. 10-11 p.m. is when we're going to really start to see storms get going, and then these are going to really peak over the overnight hours. This is like around midnight to 4 a.m. And that's pretty bad because that means that a lot of people are going to be asleep. People are much less receptive to tornado alerts in the overnight hours, and these in particular are going to be extremely dangerous in terms of their environment and could be some of those stronger tornadoes that the Storm Prediction Center talks about. So it's interesting to say the very least, and should be noted that the Storm Prediction Center explicitly stated that if we do get a ton of storms that fire down here, these could be strong to violent in terms of the tornadoes that they're capable of producing. So that's what we're seeing there. And then finally, we do have a blizzard that is currently going on as well here. So this is stretching all the way from Nebraska all the way through southern North Dakota into northern Minnesota here. That is a rather substantiated blizzard, bringing extreme winter weather conditions over there as well. Strong winds and heavy snow, giving hazardous travel conditions to many of these areas. A lot of these areas have already received over a foot of snow, and we're going to continue to see accumulations piling up with time as well. So, three big threats here today as we zoom out to the entire nation. Our severe weather threat overspreads the central United States, our blizzard threat overspreads the northern plains, and our fire weather threat is in the southern plains heading into the southeastern or southwestern United States, my bad. So the southwest heading into the southern plains is the fire weather threat. The northern plains is the blizzard threat, and the central United States is the severe weather threat. So we have quite a bit going on right now in terms of the threats today. So let's talk about this in more detail now. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings currently in place. The good news is we have no tornado warning. So here's the first one that was issued, this one near Des Moines. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning in place until 5:15 for east central Guthrie, southwestern Boone, and northern Dallas counties, all in the state of Iowa. And that's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Now, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, these could have bigger hail. You'll notice that we're going to talk about considerable and destructive severe thunderstorms as well. Those are upgrades from the baseline. So this is a baseline severe thunderstorm. You start getting considerable severe thunderstorm damage here if you have hail much above that 1 inch in diameter or wind gusts 70 miles per hour or higher. And then once you start having large hail at baseball sized or higher and wind gusts at 80 miles per hour or higher, the Weather Service will give the label of a destructive severe thunderstorm. So we do have a couple of considerable severe thunderstorms at the moment. We'll talk about those in a second. The rest of these are baseline. This severe thunderstorm warning here down to the south is no longer really of relevance as these storms have moved out of the warned area, so I'm not going to cover that one. The next severe thunderstorm, this one here is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1 inch in diameter hail here, and this is until 5:15 for east central Guthrie, southwestern Boone, and northern. That's not what. That's one I already covered. This severe thunderstorm is this warning's in place for Newdaway County until 5:15 p.m. for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So that's what we're looking at there. Here's our next warning. Now, this is one of our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings on the northern side. So this is in effect until 5:30 for western Union, eastern Adams, northwestern Ringgold, and northern Taylor and south central Adair counties. Again, till 5:30 p.m. there in the state of Iowa for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that is a considerable damage threat there. You want to make sure you're indoors, cars and garages, things like that. Make sure that you're protected from the outdoor elements. Our next severe thunderstorm warning that was issued, this one is in regards to the severe thunderstorm in Missouri. This one is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1.5-inch hail. So this is for ping-pong ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that is for a severe thunderstorm warning in place until 5:30 for eastern Knox, northern Shelby, and western Lewis counties. So that's what we're looking at there, and the Weather Service is mentioning the possibility of a tornado with this. So there's no tornado warning. However, they are saying that they're seeing enough rotation that there's a possibility that this could produce a tornado at some point. So that needs to be watched closely. As we then move all the way into Michigan here, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch in diameter hail. This is until 6:45 p.m. Eastern time, so you'll notice there that it says 5:09 p.m. on my screen. That's in Central time. So this is until 6:45 Eastern, so you have about 35 minutes until this expires for you. That's for central Allegheny County. Quarter-sized hail being the primary hazard there. And finally, as we go to our final severe thunderstorm warning that we currently have in place, this is the other considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Union, Adams, Ringgold, and Taylor counties in Iowa until 5:30, and that is for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask them, and we will be more than glad to answer them as time goes on here. But these are those severe thunderstorms in a bit more detail, our strongest severe thunderstorms. As we take a look at our radar here, you'll notice that we do have a little bit of spin. It's best defined here in a product that we call storm relative velocity. This basically takes the velocities we have up here. This is the raw product. It processes it and says, okay, given how the storm's moving, what are the winds moving like relative to the storm? And we can see more clearly those areas here where we do have the possibility of some rotation. So these are couplets. These are where we could suspect some rotation to occur here. This rotational signature looks somewhat robust. However, it doesn't look overly strong. This one, on the other hand, not looking quite as robust. So again, we have our towards and our away from the radar there with our rotational signature. This more looks like you have air coming together, so convergent, so that could produce a tornado at some point. However, at the moment, this is more of air coming together than well-defined rotation, it appears. However, we are starting to see this kind of surge, perhaps, of air grinding against the radar here, but there it is. This is all of our stuff as these storms do move toward the radar. And so that's what we're looking at the moment when it comes to our severe thunderstorms. So again, considerable damage threats here with both of these. Are one to the north. This severe thunderstorm warning, still 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and this is for a warning until 5:30 for Western Union, Eastern Adams, Taylor, and Central Adair counties. So that's what we're looking at the moment. Someone asking in the chat, any activity in Missouri? And the answer for that is yes, we do have some activity in Missouri, and we can actually take a look at that real quick. So let's start with our activity there in northwestern Missouri. As the radar loads real quick, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in place that includes the city of Maryville. However, the strong storm there is near Hopkins at this point, Pickard, and moving out of the area here relatively shortly. So if you're in Hopkins, I mean, there's some big hail there that you've already gotten here, 1-inch in diameter hail as of a little while ago, and there could be more hail on the way for you, unfortunately, with this rather strong core. No rotation there or anything, but yeah, we do have a severe thunderstorm up there, and we do have another strong to severe thunderstorm here over in the St. Louis side of things. This severe thunderstorm, more of a concern there near Quincy, Illinois, although not in Quincy, Illinois. So places like Leonard, Bethel, Newark, LaBelle, Lewistown, all within a severe thunderstorm warning there. And you can see there in those pink areas, that's where our large hail is. So this is for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, with the public reporting that hail. And that seems pretty believable given the current radar. So I'm not the least bit surprised by it, but it's still not great. And there's looks like a bit of contamination there. I can't really tell what's going on with the rotation there because the radar doesn't look fantastic. However, the Weather Service does note the possibility of a tornado with this and a considerable damage threat. So yes, there is activity in Missouri. It's on the northern side of the state right now. There isn't too much going on in the southern side of the state. However, that will be the case later. If you have any questions about a specific location in Missouri or what the future looks like, please ask that, and I'll be happy to answer that as well. But that's what we're expecting at this time here. We're going to just continue to see activity on the northern side of the state for now, and then we will see the southern side of the state get lit up as we head later into the night. But yeah, good news is we don't have too much going on in terms of tornadic storms at this time. Bad news is that that we're continuing to see storms fire here. So we have storms here within our big risk area. However, they are not producing tornadoes at this time. Mostly big hail. So I'm just continuing to look at some data here as I'm trying to figure out kind of how the night's going to materialize. But at this time, again, not too much going on. And some of the good news is as well that these storms, when they form, they're going to have this thing called a high base. So what's going to happen with these storms is as they go up, what you like to see is that your storm, when air gets lifted from the surface pretty close off the ground, you want to start seeing your clouds form, because that means that you're going to have less effort needed by the storm for it to get a circulation there where within the storm to outside of the storm and on the ground. However, today we're seeing our cloud bases much higher up in the air, so it's going to require a lot more effort to stretch a circulation all the way from the base here to the ground. So I mean, these have the environment to do it. It's a very high-end environment, especially to the north here near Des Moines. Very high-end environment. However, it is going to require more energy from that high-end environment than usual to take advantage of this. So that's what we're looking at right now. And again, our two big hailers here, giving a considerable damage threat there in southwestern Iowa. And then we do have another severe thunderstorm there with a considerable damage threat in Missouri near Bethel and Leonard right now, heading towards LaBelle. So that's the current state of the atmosphere, but I think it's good now to check back in on what's going on in Iowa, because this is where our moderate risk is. This is where our first mode that we're really monitoring is going to be tonight. And again, that southern mode is going to be more serious later. But for now, we do have some severe thunderstorms here on the southwestern side of the state, heading in the general direction of Des Moines. And you'll notice there that we do have that rather large hail near Neenville, Orant, Maxburg. This is going to have to be extended here. And again, that severe thunderstorm warning on the northern side is for 2-inch in diameter hail. And I wouldn't be shocked to see this storm get a warning here relatively soon as well, given just how potent it does look. So again, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask, and we will be more than glad to answer them right here at Advective Weather. And I've been talking here for a while, but I've noticed here that one of our team members, Rishiko, he is now ready and in the studio, it appears. So Rishi, I know you've been watching this. I know you've been looking at this today, just as I have. What are your current thoughts on the situation?
So far, everything is going a lot slower than things were looking like they would initially. At least this morning, models definitely were being a lot more aggressive with this entire setup. They were having a lot of discrete supercells popping up in Iowa, especially before racing up to the north and east, with a couple of renegade supercells also developing in Missouri. But so far, I'm not seeing any hints of that being the case. Um, which is definitely a good thing. We don't want discrete supercells, as those are able to produce those very strong tornadoes like what we had in Rolling Fork just a few days ago. Uh, as long as we don't get any of those discrete supercells, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many terribly strong tornadoes, or at least very long track ones. Um, but that being said, there are definitely some storms that are popping up away from everything else, so we're going to have to watch those kind of carefully. We do have a little bit of some reflectivity popping up here ahead of the severe warning in northeastern Missouri. So we're going to see what those do. But so far, I'm not terribly impressed with what's going on in terms of tornadic potential.
Fair enough. We do have a couple questions in chat, so I do want to address them. The first one, coming from Melissa Herring, asking about what Indiana looks like. Now, the good news for you is that tonight, if we take a look at our Storm Prediction Center outlook, Indiana doesn't look too bad. You have a level 2 out of 5, severe weather risk there in Indiana for places like Lafayette and South Bend, but Indianapolis, Bloomington, Evansville in a level 1 out of 5. And then as you continue to move towards places like Louisville, you are just in a general thunderstorm threat. So tonight, relatively low-end threat, but still non-zero. So you still want to watch for that. It's going to be during the overnight hours. In the tornado threat, it's just a level 1. Level 1 stretching through South Bend to Evansville. Doesn't even include Indianapolis, just outside of Bloomington. So very low risk there for tornadoes for you guys tonight. When it comes to the large hail threat, give me a moment. That's where that level 2 comes from, and that level 1 for the places I mentioned earlier. So South Bend, Lafayette, and a level 2 out of 5, so scattered large hail there. And then as from Fort Wayne stretching through Bloomington, Evansville, you're seeing that level 1 out of 5. And then finally for strong winds there, again, it's the same story. Same story there, level 2 out of 5 in South Bend, Lafayette, level 1 for Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Evansville. That's what's going on today. Now, if we take a look at what's going on tomorrow for you, That's where things change. Now, the entire state of Indiana, it does not matter where you are. If you're in the state of Indiana, you're in a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk for severe thunderstorms. So I don't care if you're in South Bend or Evansville, north to south, east to west, everyone in Indiana is in an enhanced risk for severe thunderstorms tomorrow. And this is going to be in the late morning, early afternoon hours in particular. It's at least what it appears like right now. But that is a substantial risk for severe weather. Um, Basically, the way that I'd put it is that you're going to have numerous potentially widespread severe thunderstorms within the state of Indiana. Now, are these going to be super intense, record-breaking, mass destruction storms? No. No, it's nothing to panic about. There are just going to be a lot of them. And so that's going to be the major thing tomorrow. I'm actually pulling up some more data here to time this out for you. But at this time, again, the major story here is going to be, if you're in Indiana, let's see here. Yeah, I'd say that your big risk, it starts around noon, maybe 11, and then that risk doesn't really end for the state until around 9:10 p.m. I mean, if you want an idea there, the risk ends around 3 p.m. for Lafayette. It ends around 5 p.m. for Fort Wayne, Indianapolis. It'll actually probably be hitting Fort Wayne around 5 p.m. And again, it's out of the state by 9 p.m. Now let's break that down in a little bit more detail for you as well. And I promise I'll get to the other questions in chat here in a moment. I see those too, but I do just want to go through this somewhat thoroughly while I can, because we don't have too much going on in terms of tornadoes or anything like that, and hopefully that remains the case, but we don't know that. So for tornadoes tomorrow, there's a level 3 out of 5, including South Bend, Lafayette, Indianapolis, Bloomington. Level 2 out of 5 for the remainder of the state as you move south. That includes Evansville. And there is the potential for some stronger tornadoes. Within that level 3 out of 5 in particular, we could really see some stronger tornadoes there. When it comes to large hail there, that level 3 out of 5 includes South Bend, Fort Wayne, Lafayette, Indianapolis, right on the border, with a level 2 out of 5 including Bloomington, Evansville, Louisville. And then as we head to our wind threat, it is a level 3 out of 5 across the board. This is where your level 3 is pretty much everywhere. So that's what we're looking at in terms of our level 3 out of 5 severe weather risk for strong winds. So there you are, whole state within that risk for strong winds. When it does come to strong winds here, I'd like to note that those winds are probably not going to be overly strong, but here's the area where strong tornadoes are possible. So again, South Bend, Fort Wayne, Lafayette, let's see, in Indianapolis, and then nearly done with the Indiana stuff. Large hail there, you can see same general story. So our significant large hail, wind threat, tornado threat, all focused on the northern side of the state, but the whole state in an enhanced risk for strong winds. So that's what we're looking at there. Rishi, do you have anything to add here before we move on to our next question?
I don't believe so, honestly. Seems like you hit pretty much everything right on the mark. I do want to let you get to the questions before I start talking about what I have on my screen, though.
Okay, so let's talk about the next question here. This is what about Columbia, Missouri? Now, Columbia, Missouri, it's right smack dab in the middle of the state. You guys, you actually had a stronger storm move through your area not too long ago, crossed I-70, moved north there, hit the city of Boonville with some pretty large hail. Now, the threat isn't over for you tonight. Now, for a while yet, the threat is likely going to be gone for the next few hours. However, in the overnight hours, there's going to be a line of storms that moves through. Now, Columbia is in an enhanced risk for severe thunderstorms. It's a level 3 out of 5, and that is for large hail, strong winds, and tornadoes. All the threats, all at a level 3. So if we pull that up there, there's our level 3 out of 5. You'll notice there's our tornado threat, level 3 out of 5. Our wind threat, level 3 out of 5. And our hail threat, level 3 out of 5. And particularly strong tornadoes and particularly large hail are also delineated as possibilities here as well. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the threats. Now let's talk about timing a little bit there. So already had our storms that moved through for the afternoon. Those just moved north, so Columbia, you don't really have to worry about anything more with this round, I don't believe. Now, as we head into the evening and overnight hours, there's going to be an arc of storms. It's going to be around Kansas City by the time we get to 11 p.m. Now, as we head into the overnight hours, it's going to be around the 3 to 6 a.m. time frame that an arc of storms is going to move through the Columbia area. Now, when this happens, there's going to be a more potent environment than usual in Columbia. So something that's very important, not just for Columbia, but all points really south there too, especially within the moderate risk to the south. So if you're listening there near Springfield, Missouri, Fort Smith, Arkansas, Fayetteville, Arkansas, near Little Rock, any of those areas there, stretching up through this red corridor, that moderate risk, or around it in that enhanced risk, really Columbia South, you need to have ways to get weather alerts overnight tonight. Make sure that your phone is not silenced. Make sure that those weather alerts are on. If you have a weather radio, be sure to do that as well. If you have friends, family you know are going to be awake, ask them to contact you. But you need multiple ways to get weather alerts tonight in order to ensure that in the event that there is a tornado, a hail threat, any of that, that you're aware and you know what to do. So that's what's important tonight. The environment's going to be looking quite potent. So just make sure that you are watching out for this as time does go on. However, I'm not expecting this to be anything out of the ordinary. It's just happening at night instead of during the day. So make sure that you have multiple ways to get weather alerts at night. As we head towards our next thing, we have someone who says they're in southern Minnesota. Now, if you are on the southwestern side of Minnesota, you don't have to worry about this. If you're in the Twin Cities area, you're in a level 1 out of 5 severe risk, so not very big, not expecting much in terms of tornadoes. It's mostly a hail threat for you. Head towards Rochester, La Crosse, Austin there in Minnesota. Again, large hail threat, just a level 2 out of 5 now, and that's going to be with those storms that are actually south of you right now to some degree. So not a huge threat, not like an off-the-charts kind of crazy, oh my goodness gracious, this is going to be terrible kind of threat. However, it is non-zero and still should be treated with seriousness, to say the very least. But yeah, I'm not expecting it to be an overly bad threat there, but storms will probably move in there to southern Minnesota there around 7, 8 p.m., and then those should be through by the time we get near midnight, 10, 11 p.m. Those should be out of there. So that's what's going on in the state of Minnesota. And then someone asking if we're going to have storms in southern tier New York tomorrow. And when it comes to severe storms in New York tomorrow, it is unlikely for most of the state of New York. Now, if you're near Buffalo, you're in a level 2 out of 5, so that's substantiated. Syracuse, level 1 out of 5, but still, it's just scattered. It's nothing out of the ordinary for you. These don't happen overly often, but it's not going to be anything super bad. But yeah, that's what we're looking at there. And then if you're in like New York City, if you are in Hartford, Bridgeport, there in Connecticut, not a huge deal for you in terms of severe weather. Although I would like to note, 3 days out, we do have a marginal level 1 out of 5 risk stretching from southern New York near New York City down through North Carolina, and that could get upgraded to a level 2 at some point. And unfortunately, I do think that this level 3 out of 5 that we have here, stretching all the way from northern Michigan all the way down to near Memphis, Tennessee, I think we are going to see a level 4 in there somewhere tomorrow. We'll see. If there's not, that's good, but we might. And we'll have a video update out tomorrow morning or afternoon covering that situation as well. And we'll go live again if we need to as well. We can do 2 days in a row if that's what needs to happen here, but hopefully not. Hopefully this downtrends, hopefully this calms down. We don't need to make much of a deal about it. We don't need to go live for it, and you guys don't really need to worry too much about it. But in the event that you do, we will be right here covering the situation as we always do. All right, with that being said, if anyone else has any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please let me know. I will be happy to answer them as we do continue to move through this severe weather event. And, you can see here, it doesn't look too bad right now. We have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, currently in place because we have the random one in Michigan. But nothing too bad in terms of that. However, if you are west of Des Moines. You just got hit by this storm that was severe. Now you're going to get hit by another. And then in Missouri there, we do have there, that's a big hailer there. We're actually going to talk about that in more detail right about now because that's 2.5 inch hail right there. Rishi, I know you said you had something you wanted to talk about as well.
Yeah, so it's about the observed soundings coming in from the area. So I have two different soundings here. One from the 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Central. This is from Central Illinois, I believe this is from Springfield.
Yes.
So there's plenty of energy in the atmosphere. 3,000 surface cape, 30, I mean 2,300 mixed layer. I mean the atmosphere has a lot of energy to give. But what's keeping everything from really going off is this warming here, just off the surface at about a kilometer up. Um, that's so. To my understanding, that's a cap. And
Yes.
if we look here from the Quad Cities, just a little while. This is an hour later, and you can see the cap's even stronger. And bear in mind, this is where these storms are trying to go into. So there really is. It's really hard for these storms to get down to the surface. Until this cap breaks, there's going to be nothing going on apart from large hail and some strong winds, maybe. So at least in terms of tornadic potential, that's going to keep things rather tempered. But we'll see how quickly that can mix out.
We'll see. I am going to pull up a little something here because I'm curious about this. I think the reason that cap is so strong there is because, yeah, that's north of the warm front there in Davenport. So you're not able to get surface-based convection there north of the warm front because Davenport is right on the edge, like right there. So as this moves north, that's likely going to erode some. And yeah, the cap's performing about as expected, although we don't have quite as much cape as we were expecting. Although, again, cape isn't going to be much of an issue today. But yeah, I mean, looks like a pretty capped environment is going to remain in place here for quite a while yet. And if that's the case, that could really stop our tornado potential from being too big today. And that would be good news. We'd like to see that.
It is, although that's really only characterizing the northern portion of our
Yes,
risk, though. If
exactly.
we look further south from, believe this is Springfield, Illinois, or whichever, or not Illinois, Missouri, or whatever SGF is,
Hmm.
there
Yeah,
is
you're right.
absolutely no cap. So it's pretty easy to, and even from Topeka as well, there is
Hmm.
also no cap at all. Maybe a very minuscule one, a little above the surface there, but barely anything. Lapse rates are also pretty high. We have 8.7 down in Missouri, 8.2, 8.9. So so as long as storms are able to actually take advantage of the atmosphere, they're gonna have no problem getting going. It's just a
No.
matter of will they actually start to actually pop and actually get going.
If
That's the issue.
if you can go back to the Topeka sounding real quick, I do want to explain a little something about the Topeka environment here. And this is kind of characterizing what's happening in Iowa as well. So for those of you folks in Iowa, listen in. So we have lots of energy here, and the energy is described by this region between the rising air's temperature and the actual temperature of the air around it. Now, you'll notice here that there's a lot of that. And we have over 3,000 cape, I think that says down there. The big problem
Yes.
for this is going to be that the storms are going to be high based. You'll notice there that our LCL is way up there. It's well above a kilometer in the air. It's about 1.5, 2 kilometers up in the air. That's quite high up. So it's going to be difficult for these storms, again, to stretch that rotation to shift it vertically and then stretch it all the way from about a kilometer and a half, 2 kilometers in the air, all the way to the ground. So, again, another thing kind of hindering that tornado potential. And again, this is good news. This is what we like to see. Um, and I'd be glad um, to see this continue. Um, but yeah, I mean that's just what we're seeing right now. We're seeing that high thunderstorm base there. So good news there for tornado potential, to say the very least. However, um, the day is not over yet, and that's only for the northern side. If you're on the southern side here, there isn't much going on from Springfield through Little Rock, Fayetteville, areas like that. However, if you're in this region, you need to watch overnight tonight, as the Storm Prediction Center has explicitly mentioned the possibility of not just strong, but violent tornadoes. So make sure that you are really watching for severe weather tonight, especially again in the overnight hours there, as time does go on. All right, let's see. We have someone talking about Eastern Tennessee and what's going on in Eastern Tennessee. So in Eastern Tennessee, that's going to be on this side of things. Your severe weather threat today is not high. It's not all that high. It's not all that high for the state of Tennessee itself. Level 1 out of 5 there for Memphis, bordering on the level 2. However, tomorrow in Eastern Tennessee, that's when things ramp up a bit. So you'll notice there in Eastern Tennessee, if you're in like Knoxville, you're in a level 1 out of 5. That's not huge. If you're in Johnson City, Asheville, you're not even in a level 1. And then as we head over to 3 days out, you'll notice there that the state of Tennessee, unless you're near Johnson City there along the border, isn't really in a severe risk. So if you're in Eastern Tennessee in particular, you're kind of lucking out if you're on the extreme eastern side. If you're in central to eastern Tennessee there, Chattanooga, Knoxville, Cooksville, those areas, there's still some concern there for some stronger severe thunderstorms, although again, it's not huge. It's not going to be some sort of super big catastrophic severe weather event. However, it's still something that I'd be watching if I were in your general vicinity. And if I time this out here, because I do want to time it out real quick, and I'm doing this just at a quick glance. So again, I'm going to be giving some bigger hour windows, but I'm basically just using a model that I trust to some degree, and I'm putting a lot of weight into it. So there's a possibility, this isn't the greatest way to forecast. It gets the job done here for short-term timing. But again, for your local area, this time could shift a bit. But as we head into tomorrow, I mean, storms will be in Nashville in the late evening, overnight hours, around 9-10 p.m. That actually seems like pretty high confidence. And as we head Cooksville, around 11 p.m., and then if you're in Knoxville, those general areas there, as we head into extreme eastern Tennessee, again, you're not going to be getting hit by this until 1, 2 a.m. And if this model's to be believed, let's just take a look at the environment real quick. Yeah, the environment doesn't look great. So, for severe weather. So, pretty safe there from the severe weather threat, but you are definitely going to get some rain, some thunderstorms, some things like that as well. And then someone asking about Minneapolis, Minnesota. If you're up in Minneapolis, the threat today is the primary concern. Now, you are not in much of a threat at all. You're just in a level 1 out of 5 severe weather threat for large hail. So it's a level 1 out of 5. That just means very isolated areas of severe hail, 1 inch in diameter, maybe around your area. That's about it. When it comes to your tornado threat, no tornado threat today. Nothing to worry about there. When it comes to your wind threat, not really a wind threat to worry about either. Again, it's just the large hail threat for you up there in the north. So if you're in Minneapolis, Minnesota, not too much to worry about. And if we talk about timing there for storm arrival in Minneapolis, let me just pull up something slightly different here that I think will do a better job handling the Minnesota stuff. If you're in Minneapolis, your biggest risk for severe storms is going to be around 7, 8 p.m. Through, I'd say, around 11 p.m. 8 p.m. through 11 p.m. That'd be what I'd say. And I mean, you could get some storms after that, but they're not going to be all that strong. So, not overly concerned about it at the moment. So if you're in Minneapolis, again, not too much to worry about. Someone asking, is the red circle at the bottom going up or going down? So this isn't moving. This is a severe weather threat indicator. Now, the closer you get to this, the higher the threat. So, like, your light green out here is the lowest threat. Then your green is a threat level higher, your yellow's higher than that, orange, and then your red. So your red is where your highest threat of severe thunderstorms is today. So if you're in Des Moines, Waterloo, Davenport, this area isn't really going to move, but it's just an indicator that you're in a moderate risk for severe thunderstorms. That's a level 4 out of 5. So that's pretty significant. So if you're in the red circle, you need to be watching for severe weather today. I'd say if you're even in the yellow or the orange, you really need to be watching today as well, especially there if you're in Iowa or points south. And someone said the other red circle, not that one. Are you referring to the one down here? The one that's near Springfield, Little Rock, Fort Smith? Because these don't move, but they do have thunderstorms expected in them. So, yeah, okay. So with this particular circle here, there aren't storms going on right now, so you don't have to worry about severe thunderstorms at this time. This moderate risk for severe storms is driven by tornadoes. So if you're in the red circle, you need to watch. It's not really going to move. However, if you're within that, that means that there are going to be storms moving through there. So timing for that it's kind of difficult to pin down. It's a complicated forecast. However, I'd say that we're probably going to start to see our storms really fire around midnight, 1 a.m. And those are going to move on through with our threat probably ending around 4 or 5 a.m. And then another wave's probably going to move through in the morning tomorrow as well. And that is why there's a non-zero severe threat there as well tomorrow. So again, this is the risk for tomorrow. But yeah, that's what's going on with that. Did I answer that clearly? Was that the question you were getting in that? Someone asking, because I'm in a tornado watch right now. I don't believe there's currently one in place, unless one was just issued. We can actually check that right now. So if you don't mind me asking, where are you? Because the tornado watch is not in place for anyone here within that red circle. It's for this northern side of things.
Yeah, so I'm not seeing anything in terms of another tornado watch. We do only have that one currently in place.
Okay.
Um, let's see here. We do have two new mesoscale discussions, however, one to
Oh,
the north of
fascinating.
that, and one to the south. So I'll go over the northern one first, just because that does include that there are some people talking about that there.
Okay.
80% chance for a severe thunderstorm watch. It's going to be for large hail. Um, so I'll skip over the major details, but basically there's a good amount of warming going on above a little bit above the surface, and that's generating about 3,000 joules per kilogram of MUK. So there's definitely going to be a lot of big hail when it comes to that. That's going to be issued rather soon. 80% chance for a watch. So that will likely include the city of Rochester, Minnesota. Basically, if you're north of Waterloo, Iowa, or Dubuque, that's where you're going to have that severe thunderstorm watch. There is another mid-scale discussion that just came out within the last few minutes, really. Again, 80% chance for a severe thunderstorm watch, or maybe a tornado watch. Depends on what's going on. Let's see. Again, 3,000 joules per kilogram, but this time of surface-based cape. 0 to 6 kilometers shear of 70 knots. So yeah, large hail and damaging wind are the main threats. However, there are some steep lapse rates and around 200, 300, 0 to 1 SRH. So there is a tornado risk as well. This will include this Kansas City. So there's going to be at least one more, maybe two more watches here in rather short order. But they do not include that southern moderate risk just yet.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, that southern moderate risk probably isn't going to end up being all that active here, especially at first. But because you did say you were in a tornado watch, I do just want to go over what that means. Now, if you're in a tornado watch, it doesn't really matter what kind of severe weather risk you're in, right? Whether that's slight, enhanced, moderate, whatever word you hear getting thrown around for you. If you're on a tornado watch, that means that conditions are favorable for the formation of severe thunderstorms capable of producing strong winds, large hail, and tornadoes. So, if you're in that, it just means you need to stay tuned to some sort of outlet in order to make sure that you're aware of what's going on with the weather. And then that, you can get a good idea of what you need to do to act, right? So go over that severe weather communication and safety plan is not a bad idea either. So that's currently what's going on there. Just make sure that you're weather aware. There's no reason to act right now if you're just in a watch. Now, if it says you're in a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, that's when you start making and taking action on those severe weather safety plans. So that's the way to look at things right now. But yeah, it's currently what's going on. If anyone else or even same people have more questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask. We'll be more than glad to answer them. That's what we're here for. We're happy to help. That's the major thing currently going on right now. Now, I do want to go over these severe thunderstorms here briefly because we do have quite a few of them. So we'll start with the one in the state of Illinois. So this one, for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1.25-inch hail. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's in place for north central Pike County. That's actually where it's canceled for. I'm sorry. You have a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15 p.m. for central Brown County. That's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail. So that's rather robust. And then as we move up to the north, you'll notice there that we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in place until 6 p.m. for northwestern Cass, central Schuyler counties. That's also for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. I'm getting a notification on my YouTube end here that the stream isn't smooth. Can you guys let me know if the stream is going smoothly for you or not in the chat? Yeah, just let me know if there's buffering, if there are problems with the stream. If so, there are things I can do on my end to fix it. Um,
Yeah, it was stuttering a little bit. It seems to stabilize now.
okay, it's figuring itself out. Okay, that's good. Yeah, just let me know what's going on with that. Keep me posted. If it keeps stuttering, I'll take care of it.
So I know you're going over the warnings right now, but I do want to point one out. This is for the cell that is passing to the north in northwest of Quincy. The public did report about 20-ish minutes ago, so it's probably changed since then. But there was a report of 3 and 1/4 inch hail
Oh my
near
goodness.
Stephenville.
Yeah, that's big.
So that warning is still in effect. Is for 2.5 inches. Let's see. The new continuance warning is for 1 and 1/4. So it does look like that was probably an isolated event. But just be aware that is the kind of hail that we're expecting to see over the course of this event. So that's not going to be the only time where we see 3 inches plus in terms of hail. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that, unfortunately, as time goes on.
Yeah, absolutely the case right there. If you guys know anyone within the severe weather risks today, or anyone you think would find this stream useful, please share this with them so they can stay weather aware as this does continue to go on. And again, we're a small enough channel right now that unlike some of the bigger guys that you see on YouTube, we can answer each and every one of your questions. And that's a really nice thing that we're able to do, and that's something that I cherish about the fact that we're kind of a smaller channel right now. So it's one of those positives of that, and I'm hoping that we can take advantage of that tonight. So if you know of anyone who's in this risk that could really use just some guidance, please just send them our way. We'll be happy to answer any of their questions. I'd also like to note here, with that storm, it's going just north of Quincy, Illinois, there near LaGrange. That looks like it's starting to get more of that supercell shape to it, and it looks like that storm to the south is about to try and merge with it. And for those of you that aren't familiar, when you have two storms kind of like this that merge with one another, it gets rather unpredictable. Sometimes that merging can help the storm, sometimes it can hurt it. But if this survives the merger and it doesn't disrupt the updraft and it strengthens, we could see this become a tornado producer. And that's definitely a concern here. So you'll notice there we kind of have that bean shape kind of embedded inside this bigger cluster. If that continues, we could see this try to start really rotating and perhaps even drop something in the future. So we'll see what ends up happening. There's no immediate danger of it dropping a tornado at this time. However, that's just something to monitor for the future. Someone asking there, will the East Coast be having another weather change soon? If you're on the East Coast of the United States, yes, there will be a weather change coming up for you. Things are going to be cooling off for you guys up there. So major thing. Rishi, I feel like that's kind of your area of expertise since you're up there, but I think the general consensus is you're going to have that stormy day on Thursday, and then after that, it's just going to be cooler, drier. Um, does that seem accurate?
For the most part, yeah. These next few days are actually going to be rather warm. I mean, today, at least in my area, I'm in kind of east central Massachusetts. We got pretty close to 70 degrees today, which I did not expect. I was only expecting mid 60s, which is pretty pleasant. Tomorrow it might not be so much. Tomorrow's going to be a bit on the cooler side, but it's going to warm right back up for Thursday, just in time for all the storms and the rain to hit. After that, looks at least for my area, Massachusetts is probably around mid 50s. But it does look like there will be some warming up later next week. But again, that's a bit further out than I'm willing to give credit for. So we'll have to wait and see on that one.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, no, the East Coast, you're going to be getting hit by this front here. Yeah, no, it is quite warm up there. Yeah, he's saying he's in Philadelphia and it's about 75 degrees. That is quite warm up there, for this time of year. Um,
Oh, absolutely.
and you'll continue to have that warmth for about one more day, and then things are going to cool back off. They're going to feel a bit more normal afterwards, for this time of year. Just taking a look at what else we have going on here. New severe thunderstorm warning. It's just gone into place here. Let's just zoom in on that. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Adams County in Illinois and northeastern Lewis County in the state of Missouri. This is for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts until 6:30 p.m. Again, general rules there: when thunder roars, get indoors. Make sure that you are taking your severe weather precautions. It's not something that's super serious as long as you're inside. If you're outdoors, that hail's a serious threat. That hail can even do some roof damage, car damage, things like that. But again, right now it's about protecting yourself. You can worry about your property after the storm has moved through. For those of you ahead of this, you can protect your property now before the storms arrive, so you don't have to worry about it during. I'd just like to note there, that's a big old hailer in the state of Michigan. What's going on right now? I want to take a look at that in a bit more detail.
Yeah, that's part of the storms that fired up earlier this morning. They started right around the Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin triple point and
Ugh.
just moved right across northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin, right across Lake Michigan. I'm not sure how much longer those are going to last though. But the fact that they made it all the way across the lake is definitely shows just how much energy was waiting in the atmosphere. It's just a matter of whether or not these storms can actually get all the way down to the surface to take advantage of that as the night wears on.
Yeah, I mean, that storm is just refusing to die. I'd also like to note here a couple other things that are going on in the world of weather. First things first, we have this blizzard going on in the northern United States. This is impacting their Nebraska, near North Platte, just north of there, places like Pierre and Aberdeen and South Dakota, Jamestown, Grand Forks, all getting hit pretty hard actually by this blizzard here. Very strong winds, coupled with the uh, snow causing some problems there. So I think a better way to visualize this. So if we go here, we can actually take a look at what's going on here. Now note that when I turn on the radar here, it's not gonna be normal where it shows you the differences between rain, snow, stuff like that. But turn on our watches and warnings. This is our rain. This is our severe storms. This is our blizzard. So if you're in the white, you're in a blizzard warning. If you're in the pink, you're in a winter storm warning. If you're in the blue, I believe you are in a winter weather advisory. So that's what's going on right now. But I mean, if you're in northern Nebraska there, heading into, again, Pierre, Aberdeen, Jamestown, heading farther north near International Falls, you're in a blizzard warning. And that is for strong winds as well as the potential for the heavy snowfall. So heavy snow, strong winds, those are the criteria that you need for those blizzard warnings. And again, you can see our two clusters of severe thunderstorms moving through a moderate risk area. And again, not much of a threat for tornadoes materializing right now. That's certainly good news to me. Let's hope that that remains the case.
Well, as you say that, I do want to bring your attention to what looks to be a strengthening mesocyclone here. So in that cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings,
Mm,
the very southern one looks like it might be trying to wrap up, but it's very hard to tell if that's contamination or not, just because of where the couple is located. So I don't know if that's actually the mesocyclone or not, if that's just a region of inflow, but that is something to watch for as time goes on. If that's actually a strengthening mesocyclone, then we may have some serious issues developing.
yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna actually take a look at that in a bit more detail. Right about now, the
Go right
radar
for it.
updating. Um, yeah, I'm not seeing much on my end. I did see a bit of something here earlier. However, that appears to be um, more air coming together with the storm um, than rotation. So kind of like convergence, rising air there. So we'll see. That kind of went away a bit, but we'll see. This could attempt to organize, although I'm seeing those really strong returns on our reflectivity, which for those of you that don't know, it's basically just what you look at. If you open your weather app and look at the radar, you're looking at reflectivity. That's what shows you how heavy your rain is, things like that. And it's indicating some hail right now, and it's indicating that that hail may be a bit larger than it was even before. So that's what's currently going on there. Someone
Definitely
asking,
happy that things are progressing slowly. That's for sure.
yeah, it's definitely a good thing. There's someone asking what the hail is going on. um, as we look at all these hailstorms that are moving through northern Missouri and Iowa right now. And again, we have that hailstorm in Michigan. That's just kind of surprised me that that storm that fired there earlier today moved all the way through the Chicago metro and it's still going in Michigan. um, Someone else asking, what about the snowstorm hitting Salt Lake Valley in Utah right now? Let's go back to Utah. Yeah, you'll notice there are a few snow showers, things like that, with some snow here, and that's kind of because of mountains that's being driven there. I'm gonna check real quick, just see what the expectations are for that. But things shouldn't be looking too out of the ordinary over there, I don't believe. Someone is asking, are we showing the Midwest? I was showing the Midwest. Yeah, that's where our main severe weather threat is today. It's in the Midwest. However, for that northeastern question again, yeah, I was referring to how the system um, heading into Thursday is going to push through the Northeast. So that's what we're looking at there. And yeah, the winter storm severity index there in Utah, in those more mountainous peaks, it gets to moderate to major, which means that there could be some disruptions to travel, daily life. However, in the elevations closer to the surface, it's very minor. So that's what we're currently looking at there. Would like to note a couple of new severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in place. The first one there for a thunderstorm that is crossing the border between Missouri and Arkansas at this time, heading in the general direction of Springfield. So if anyone's watching from Springfield, Missouri, this is just a heads up. You've got a severe thunderstorm heading in your direction right now, producing large hail. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Stone and Berry counties until 6:30 p.m., and that is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail. We have another severe thunderstorm warning with a new cell here near Beardstown, Illinois. This is for Fulton, Cass, Schuyler, and Mason counties until 6:45 p.m., and that's also for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, half-dollar-sized hail as well. So that cell could become something more substantiated with time here. We'll just have to see. But again, these are looking more like hailers than tornado producers right now, which is good news in terms of the amount of destruction, life and property, things like that. It's going to happen. It's going to be far less. The better news would be if the storms just didn't fire, but we know that's not happening. Something else to note here is that our next mode of storms that we're concerned about, those storms firing off the dry line, those are happening. We've got storms that are firing in northeastern Kansas, northwestern Missouri, and those are going to be heading into our moderate risk region as well. So things are starting to act up a bit. But again, the tornado threat looking relatively low. If anyone else has any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask us, and we will be more than glad to answer them. We're going to go on break here in about 3 minutes' time. Just take a quick 5-minute break. Let's talk about what's currently going on, and then we will be right back at 10 after 6 Central, or 10 after 7 Eastern, to return to you with more live coverage of this. So if you have any more questions here before we do go on break, please feel free to ask them. If not, though, we are going to take a quick break and just see kind of what we're thinking, what's going on here, because it's been good so far, the lack of tornadic thunderstorms, but we will see if that's going to remain. All right, let's talk about a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's just gone into place here real quick. This is with those new storms that are firing near the dry line. So the major thing that we're seeing here is a severe thunderstorm warning for western Thumfin counties, eastern Holt County, southern Nordway County, and northwestern Andrew County. This is until 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-sized hail being the primary threats there. So again, our new severe weather activity is starting to act up here, but large hail being the primary threat. When we return from the break, we're going to talk about the severe weather going on, but we're also going to touch on the blizzard a bit more, and we're also going to touch on those extremely critical fire weather conditions that are currently in place there in parts of Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico. And we will elaborate on what that means and what people need to worry about down there. We'll also go over what the future looks like tonight and tomorrow, and then at 7 o'clock, we will go on another break before we do continue to monitor the severe weather threat. And then at 8 o'clock, which is the earliest that we'd be going off the air, we will have a new severe weather outlook courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center. So we're going to wait until at least we have that new severe weather outlook from SPC, but after that, we'll just have to see what the threat's looking like. And I would like to note that even if the threat up here to the north isn't looking too bad, it doesn't materialize tornado-wise, that threat is not related to the one to the south here. So this is for that northern moderate risk. The southern moderate risk is still a very real threat, and this is the one the SPC is actually more concerned about. So even if this one doesn't end up materializing, that does not mean the southern one won't materialize. And we'll have an automated stream going, and if things do really get bad, commentary may resume there, assuming that someone is awake for it. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of the severe weather threat. Again, regardless of what happens in the north, if you're in Springfield, Missouri, down through places like Fayetteville, Arkansas, stretching all the way near Texarkana, you still got to be watching closely here as we head into the overnight hours. With that being said, thank you so much for watching. We are going to take a quick break. We will be back at 10 after. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the stream. Still me and Rishi here covering the severe weather threat for you as time goes on here, and we have a couple of developments since we left. So, first developments first. Rishi, what do you got?
You caught me at such bad time. I just put food in my mouth.
Oh, my apologies here. I'll go over the development I have here
It's okay.
first. No, don't worry about it. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, a couple of them that went into place over the break. The first one here, well north of our warm fronts. This is just a large hail threat, and this is near the city of Buckeye. Now, state of Iowa. It's in central Iowa there, and this is for a mouthful of counties. So if you're in Hardin, Franklin, Grundy, Butler, or Hamilton counties, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning until 7 p.m. for 1-inch hail. And then here at 6:10, so right as we got back on the air, we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Lucas, Polk, Madison, Marion, Union, Clark, and Warren counties until 7 p.m. And that is again for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail, according to the Weather Service. And again, those severe weather preparations should be getting put into place. This is going to be crossing I-35 here relatively soon. And that's the current developments here that are new since last I spoke in terms of new warnings. Let me see if I can get.
Now, those may be all the new warnings, but there has been an update to one of them. This is for the severe warning that is, I believe it's just over the Missouri. Actually, it's pretty close to the Missouri, Iowa, and Illinois triple point there. So the severe warning has been in place for a little while now. But 5 minutes ago, it was updated to indicate a tornado was possible. It is also generating ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's still only tornado possible. I'm not really seeing nothing or anything really impressive with it in terms of rotation, but just bear in mind that is a possibility with this storm now, as it's moving off to the northeast.
It is the case. We do have a couple of reports that have come in here with time, though, that there has been a funnel cloud reported. With the storm there near Mendon, Camp Point. It's the one on the southern end here. So this is for the severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for northern Adams County until 6:30 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. And that's the one where we mentioned a bit of that rotation earlier. And that did look somewhat robust for a little bit. I'd also like to note that we do have some rotation that is materializing rather quickly here near West Point, between Lorain and West Point. That actually does look somewhat robust in terms of rotation. That looks like it's tightened up rather quickly. So we'll see what ends up happening there, but this could very well get tornado warned here in not too long if this continues going the way it looks right now. But you can see there that really good looking rotational signature. There's not much there on reflectivity. It doesn't look great there. Maybe this is your inflow. And yeah, I mean, you do have those winds coming in that quick. So yeah, I think we could be having this cell, which is going to undergo another merge here soon, perhaps attempting to organize and put something down. So we'll keep you posted as time goes on there. But if I'm in West Point, I'd be watching this. I'd be watching this closely. Again, that's for that bigger warning there with the tornado possible tag already on it. So if I am in Hannock, southwestern McDonough, or southeastern Lee counties in the state of Illinois, I am watching this very closely. You've already got ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You should be indoors away from windows already. However, there is the possibility that you'll be put in a tornado warning relatively soon for this as well. So if I'm in Bentley, if I'm in Basco, West Point, Bowen, Augusta, Plymouth, Carthage, any of these areas here within that warning, I'm watching this closely, as this does look like it does have some real spin to it. So we'll just have to see what ends up happening there. But that's kind of what I'm going to remain keeping track of here for a bit. And that spin looks nowhere near as promising in the next frame, although that spin is still there. So again, Given the reported funnel clouds on the southern end and the tour possible on the northern end warning, this general cluster of storms, this is the one I'm kind of concerned about with rotation and perhaps putting something down in the future. So we'll just continue to monitor that with time, but that's what we're looking at right now in terms of the severe weather threat. If any of you have any
Yeah,
questions, comments,
absolutely.
concerns, sorry, go on.
So there is one small well, rather sizable update with the tornado watch. It has been extended out to the east in recent minutes here. So it kind of only covered the kind of the fringe counties, I'll call them, of Illinois. It now extends as far east as Peoria. So they have extended it, and the main reason for the extension east is the cluster of storms here that we've been talking about for the last few minutes. Uh, so the fact that they've extended the watch specifically for these storms is a little concerning, but at this point, I'm still not entirely convinced yet that they're doing anything major. They're definitely trying, but I don't really see the potential being incredibly high just yet.
Certainly the case. And we'll continue to watch this with time. But yeah, no, these storms are definitely kind of the ones to watch right now, especially that bigger storm there near Macomb. That's going to be one to watch here. And then again, we have that storm near Beardstown as well. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that's just come out. This was regarding that mesoscale discussion you talked about not too long ago, Rishi. So I do want to go over this real quick. This does include the cities of Topeka, Kansas, and Kansas City. So here we go. The Storm Prediction Center has issued a tornado watch for northeast Kansas and northwest Missouri, effective from 6:15 tonight until midnight tonight. Primary threats include scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter being likely. And they're expecting scattered damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour possible, as well as the possibility of a tornado or two. Their summary is as follows. Severe storms are expected to develop this evening across northwest Missouri and northwest Missouri and northeast Kansas as a cold front merges with the dry line. Isolated very large hail up to tennis ball size, 2.5 inches in diameter, and thunderstorm wind gusts to 70 miles per hour will be possible with these storms. An isolated tornado or two could occur with supercells or embedded circulations in the line of storms expected tonight. The severe thunderstorm watch area is approximately along 50 statute miles east and west of a line from 40 miles east and southeast of Emporia, Kansas, to 50 miles northeast of Falls City, Nebraska. And again, you can see here a complete depiction of that watch, which includes the states of Kansas and Missouri. However, it does not include the state of Nebraska, nor does it include the state of Iowa. So that's hot off the press there, that brand new severe thunderstorm watch. Before things ramp up here with the severe weather side of things, I do want to talk about something we haven't talked about yet. That is the fire weather side. Here is our fire weather outlook for today, courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center. And that red in the middle there, that is a very rare, extremely critical fire risk issued by the Storm Prediction Center. So that's no joke there, and that includes places like Lubbock and Amarillo. So we'll see if we can get this product to load here with a bit more detail, so that way I can kind of explain what's going on here. As fire weather is not exactly my wheelhouse, it's more severe weather, so I'm going to check with the SPC before I say much here. But they are saying that very dangerous fire weather conditions are in place today, and I'd like to know kind of what this is. So your yellow area here is elevated, your orange area is critical, and your red area is extremely critical. So if you're in the yellow area, that means that there is a decent risk of fires occurring, although it's not huge. If you're in a critical risk, that's kind of the equivalent of your enhanced or moderate risk for severe thunderstorms, with your extremely critical risk being kind of your equivalent to a high risk with severe storms. So, again, they're saying very dangerous fire weather conditions today. Critical to isolated, extremely critical conditions are already ongoing, and they're expecting that again, there are going to be extremely critical fire weather conditions in place. This means that conditions are favorable for rapid spread of fires that can get out of control if they're started. So no burning anything within this area, no fireworks, no throwing out cigarette butts, nothing like that within this area. Anything that could risk a burn of any sort cannot occur here, as these fires can rapidly spread and get out of control. All right, well, if anyone else has any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask and we'll be glad to answer them. In the meantime, let's talk about the severe weather that is currently ongoing in the state of Iowa. There is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here that's in place. If only the radar would load here, I believe. That is the southern warning here. Yeah, it's this one right here. So this is the one that's heading towards Indianola, New Virginia, and Scola there in the state of Iowa. So, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 7 p.m. for northwestern Lucas, south central Polk, northeastern Madison, southwestern Marion, and northern Clark and Warren counties in the state of Iowa. And that's in effect until 7 p.m. It's for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, it's 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, a considerable severe thunderstorm damage threat there. A severe thunderstorm warning was put into place not too long ago, this one at 6:17 p.m. This one here regarding a new storm that's fired off, now heading in to our tornado watch. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for southeastern Montgomery and northeastern Page counties in the state of Iowa. That's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail until 6:45. And our next severe thunderstorm warning here is in place way to the north. This is approaching the Iowa-Minnesota border here, with the warning actually right along it. That is for 1.25-inch hail, also known as half-dollar-sized hail. But this is for Worth, Helneck, and Cerro Grotto counties in the state of Iowa until 7 p.m. So that's what we're currently looking at in terms of our severe thunderstorms. But yeah, I mean, it's rather substantial here. We have numerous large hailers currently ongoing there, and I do want to check in on what's going on with our cell there near the Springfield radar now. I believe that's what it's closest to. And see if there's something of concern going on here. So let's see here. This is about 9,000 feet off the ground. And this is about 10,000 feet off the ground. But yeah, I mean, there is some rotation there. There is definitely some spin now with a solid mesocyclone near Bowen, Augusta, and Plymouth at this time. Yeah, and it's just the range of this radar, I guess, isn't quite as good. But you can see there, that couplet still with this storm. So if I'm in Augusta, Plymouth, any of those areas, I mean, I'm watching this because that is a mesocyclone. That is spinning. There is now spin in the atmosphere, although I don't think it's going to manage to do too much until after the storm south of it merges with it. Now, after that happens, there is not much more forcing to fire new storms around this one. So this is going to kind of have the environment here in Illinois all to itself to do whatever it wants with it. And just for note here, that is within the moderate risk. This is within the area that the SPC's determined is going to be the best area for tornadic development. So if I'm in Davenport, and if I am in northwestern Illinois, I'm watching this. I'm watching this closely. I'd be remaining weather aware here. You're in a tornado watch anyway. But this storm in here, I'd just say you guys should probably have a heightened sense of awareness here in case something does happen. Just in case something more serious does end up happening there, to say the very least. So that's my primary concern at the moment. But yeah, Rishi, do you have any additional things that you're seeing right now?
I've been scanning all these severe thunderstorm warnings, looking to see if any of them are also spinning, and I'm not really seeing much. I mean, there definitely some chunky hail going on. I mean, the one south of Des Moines is doing 2 inches, as we know. Um, let's see, that one's 1 inch. That one is 1 1/4. So we definitely have some hailers going. As for whether or not I'm particularly worried about any storm in particular, I'm really not. Um, really, the only threat that I'm seeing materialize right now is wind and hail. I don't see a tornado threat materializing anytime soon. The only exception is with that storm that's currently tornado possible in Illinois, but we'll have to wait and see how that one goes because I'm not too convinced that it'll be able to do anything until that merger is over, as you said.
Yeah, agreed. And again, the base of the storm off the ground is about 1.5 to 1 3/4 kilometers. So it's going to be kind of difficult for these storms to really go crazy here. But we'll see. We'll see if that ends up happening. And again, I want to note, if even if the northern threat doesn't materialize, the southern one still can. And unfortunately, I think that this one likely will. So if I'm in Springfield, if I'm in Little Rock, if I'm in Texarkana, if I'm in Fayetteville, Arkansas, if I'm in any of those areas, I'm watching tonight. Because while the area of concern is not currently over you, it likely will be later. So make sure that you have multiple ways to get weather alerts. That can be a weather radio, your phone, broadcast media. Make sure that if you can, you have a family member up to keep an eye on things as well. But yeah, I mean, my goodness.
So there is a new mesoscale out for our for the first tornado watch here. Um, they're basically saying what we've been saying: two major clusters of supercells and storms ongoing, with more developing to the south and west. Um, so tornado threat is going to continue. With the storms and severe hail can be expected with most storms. So let's see here. Uh, yeah, so in general, everything looks to be on track with what we've been expecting. I'm not seeing anything too concerning, although, as is noted in the mesoscale discussion, this supercell that's trying to merge in here in Illinois is going to be the main concern for anything long tracked. It's gonna once it's done merging, it'll probably have an updraft that will sustain for a few hours. It's whether or not it can actually get itself down to the ground and start going tornadic. That's going to be the main concern that we're going to have going forward.
Absolutely the case. And as we continue to look at that, I mean, we can tell there is some robust rotation with that, and that is starting to get more of that classic hooking supercellular look to it. And I mean, yeah, if we just do a little bit of analysis here, main things to note, we have a rotation right here. The inflow, the air surging into the storm is not all that fast right now, so I'm not anticipating anything overly soon, tornadically. We're also seeing this storm to the south. It's likely going to merge with this one, and then after that, we're going to have a pretty mature updraft. And once that merger's complete, I think that a couple of things are going to happen. Firstly, it's probably going to do what most supercells do. It's going to take a little bit of a right turn, as does happen. And then from there, we could start to see this kind of go crazy, unfortunately, as we do head through the day there. So, I mean, if I'm in Peoria right now, I'd kind of keep my head up here. But if I'm in Cambridge, if I'm farther north as well, because it's I'm not 100% sure if this is going to make the right turn. Um, if I'm in Princeton, I'm watching as well. So just a storm to watch here for sure. This is definitely now a maturing supercell, with some substantiated rotation on it. We'll see what it manages to do beyond that, but definitely this is our main storm of concern. Main storm of concern for sure. So that's the main threat right now. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask, and I will be more than glad to answer them. But yeah, at the moment, again, this is kind of our big storm of concern at the moment. It's the one there near Plymouth. So if I'm near Plymouth at the moment, I'm watching this. You're probably going to have some rotation go overhead. And now it definitely looks like there might be some rotation going overhead here as that merger does begin. And I'm trying to see what's going on here because it looks like it's kind of in movement with the couplet. And Rishi, I know you're good with radar analysis as well. I don't have the new velocity scan just yet, but I do have the new reflectivity scan. I'm curious here as to whether we are about to see this storm, as it undergoes this merger, really get going here, because I feel like that might be a bounded weak echo region that I'm starting to
It's
see
definitely
there.
trying to form one, absolutely. But I'm not too, at least as of yet. I also don't have the newest velocity. Let me see if I can get just raw
Mhm.
velocity to load.
I just got it.
Okay,
It's not
there
too
we go.
bad.
Yep. So yeah, so there is definitely some spin there. It's not particularly strong, but it is enough to at least show up on reflectivity as well. So that's it is definitely concerning, but not to a terrible degree yet. I do agree with the NWS and Quad Cities keeping a tornado possible tag on the severe warning. That's absolutely sufficient for what we're seeing. Um, but until this couplet gets more defined, I don't think we're going to see the tornado warning come out for the storm. But it definitely is the one to watch for right now if you want to see a tornado for whatever reason.
Absolutely agree there. I'm getting another notification here that the stream might be a bit buffery.
I
So,
am not quite seeing that on my end yet, but I'll let you know in a
okay.
few seconds once it hits the live.
Also, the severe thunderstorm warning up there in Michigan has been upgraded now to a considerable damage tag. Um, there. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's for about the next hour for Ionia, Berry, and Eden counties for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's pretty impressive. That storm's just been chugging along without a care in the world, and it's starting to kind of hook a bit too. That discrete supercell up there. So no tornadic potential at the moment. It's all large hail, and there shouldn't really be much tornadic potential at all.
Yeah,
Um,
it's definitely just it's just a storm, really. It's a hailer, absolutely. But I'm not entirely convinced that the hook is a true one. It could be, for all I know. It's really hard to tell with the velocity, but I don't see that being any sort of mesocyclone stretching to the ground. I don't see that.
no, me
Um,
neither.
yeah, but definitely it is heading for the state capital, Lansing, however. So definitely make sure that you are on your toes if you are in the city of Lansing, as well as anywhere to the west, because this storm is moving basically due east. So it passed out the Grand Rapids. It's moving in toward Lansing. I don't know if it'll make it there, just because the environment out there really isn't too great. But we'll see. It's lasted a lot longer than I thought it would. So
And
who
it's
knows? It might keep going.
strengthened. It's actually strengthened some. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, that storm's just been absolutely relentless. And yeah, we are seeing with that storm in Illinois some wall clouds that are going on here. So
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
yeah, we're going to continue to monitor that storm in Illinois because that's a concern for sure. And we're seeing it from another perspective here. Uh, that's about 700 feet or 7,000 feet. How many feet is this one? So that's 6,000. It's close here. It's heading towards Davenport. Now, this storm, it's getting engulfed here a bit um, by the storm to its south, and so it's getting kind of difficult to see what the structure of the storm looks like, and its velocities are getting more disheveled as well. However, once this merge completes, um, again, I'm going to be a bit concerned here about what this does with the environment. So again, that's the big storm to watch right now. It's the one in Illinois, and that's going to be the one that we continue to look at here with time. But yeah, I mean, if you guys know anyone here within the severe weather risks today, please let them know that we're holding this stream. We'll be more than glad to answer their questions, cover the weather that's currently going on. And with that being said, we have a new severe thunderstorm watch that's just gone into place here. Another one. So let's talk about it here. This is a severe thunderstorm watch for northeast Iowa, extreme northwest Illinois, southeast Minnesota, and southwest Wisconsin until 1 a.m. tonight. And again, that's 1 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So, this includes scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter being likely. Again, that's near baseball sized. We also have isolated damaging wind gusts up to 65 miles per hour possible. And it should be noted, no mention of tornadoes. Um, Less than 5 and less than 2% chances accordingly of 2 or more tornadoes and 1 or more strong tornadoes because the conditions here are not great. And then Rishi, just because I'm getting that notification, how is the stream looking? Is it buffering a bit?
Nope, we are good.
All right,
Yeah,
fantastic.
I'll keep an eye on it. I have it on my second monitor. I'll let you know if I see anything going on.
Okay.
But yeah, that happens when I'm doing the live stream as well, and it just every now and again it says that the bit rate's going low, but it actually isn't. So
Okay. Well, fantastic. With that being said, again, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, please feel free to ask us, and we'll be more than glad to answer them. Lots to cover today. We have a severe thunderstorm all by its lonesome in Michigan. We have this cluster of severe storms here in Illinois. They're between Davenport and Peoria that's posing a tornado threat. And then we do have our arc of severe storms kind of beginning to form, stretching all the way from near Des Moines, Iowa to near Kansas City and Topeka, Kansas. So that's what we're looking at right now. And this severe weather threat for this northern end of things is going to continue over the next few hours. And then our southern severe weather threat is going to begin here within the next few hours as well. The Storm Prediction Center issuing dual moderate risks today. One there in the north, one there in the south, both of them for tornadoes. So again, our northern risk is happening right now. Our southern risk is going to be happening later tonight. And we'll keep you covered with that. But especially if you're within the southern moderate risk, you need to have multiple ways to get weather alerts overnight tonight. So if you're within this circle here, you need to have multiple ways to get weather alerts overnight tonight. And even if you're in this northern circle, if you're in the northern side, if you're within a severe weather risk today, again, I'd get multiple ways to get weather alerts overnight tonight as this threat materializes and moves through here in rather substantiated fashion. So we'll see what ends up happening there, but this could really be of concern as we move into the overnight hours and this complicated forecast continues. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of the severe threat. Rishi, do you have any additional developments, anything of that nature regarding what's currently going on with the storms?
so just regarding our current worry maker here in Illinois, the merger is still ongoing. Um, nothing too nothing to write home about yet. It's definitely just those storms are just trying to come together, trying to merge into one. And that's keeping it from really going too crazy. It is producing half-dollar size hail, which is definitely something to keep from going outside for because those will hurt. But overall, the storm is kind of just doing its own thing. Once it's merged together, however, that's when I'm really going to start growing concerned for that. However, regarding that supercell out in Michigan, there actually has been a mesoscale discussion put out just for it. Um, they're saying that it has shown intensification. There's still great lapse rates. There's still great mid-level shear. So it's going to be very much able to continue producing that large hail as it goes. And that mesoscale discussion does show this supercell potentially lasting past Lansing, almost all the way to Flint. So this storm is going to continue, and it's not going to really stop for a little while, at least for the next 30 minutes, if not hour or two. So that's definitely something to watch as well, which is quite surprising, really. I did not think that they would last as long as it has, but storms will do what storms will do.
Absolutely the case there is this situation does continue. We do have a tornado warning that's just gone out into place here, and this is regarding our cell that is merging, and it has taken that right turn there. So if the tornado warning storm motion is to be believed, this is heading in the direction of Peoria long term. So if you're in Peoria, be watching this. But right now, again, a tornado warning has just gone into place. The first one of the stream, not the first of the day though, second of the day. So this is third of the day, I believe. This is for southeastern McDonough County in west central Illinois until 7:15 for a tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. This is radar indicated rotation. If you're in the following locations, please get to your safe place. This is going to be at Doddsville in about 3 minutes. If you're in industry in McDonough County, 4 H grounds around, this is going to be at your location around 6:50. Macomb, Western Illinois, University, and Pennington Point, you're going to be in this around 6:55, and Adair, Macomb, Municipal Airport getting hit here around 7 o'clock. So that's what we're currently looking at with that tornado warning. But a tornado warning has just gone into place there with that storm in the state of Illinois. And let's take a look at it here real quick. There is a lot of inflow moving into that. And here's the new radar scan. Yeah, so there's a bit of a couplet there. And that merger does look like it is in progress and perhaps getting close to completion here. But there's lots of air surging into the storm. And with that, we do have our area of rotation, our primary area of rotation appears to be right here. Right here. And again, that's moving in the general direction of industry and Adair. So if I'm tracking this out, again, this looks like it's going to head towards industry and Adair. Those are the primary places at this time. So again, tornado warning has gone into place here. And we're going to continue to monitor this storm with time, as it does look like that merger is nearly completed and the storm structure has improved markedly. So this could be an unfortunate situation beginning to unravel here with what looks to be potentially the cell of the day. Rishi, what are your thoughts on this new development?
Yeah, I'm definitely growing increasingly worried with this. It's so before what was looking like was going on is that there were two areas of rotation in relatively close proximity that were kind of fighting each other. Um, the other one is all but gone away at this point. It's kind of just completely gotten absorbed in, which basically means there's only one area of circulation getting actively fed. Um, and with this being an isolated supercell, really, that basically means it's going to have no problem ingesting that rich, warm, moist air in order to keep itself going. Um, I'm not entirely sure how long this will go, but if recent model trends are to be believed, this could potentially last for quite a while. Um, so we'll have to wait and see on that. I don't know if you want to pull up the model runs just so we can have a look and see what they want the cell to do. But I have seen some model runs hinting this could potentially make it almost to the northern Illinois border. Um, so we're gonna have to hope that does not mean that a tornado will. I don't think it will be able to produce any tornadoes for that long. But with given the environment, I would not be surprised if it manages to put down at least one before it dies.
Yeah, we'll have to see what does happen there. But again, a substantiated tornadic supercell there in the state of Illinois. We're going to continue to track it with time here, and we'll give you the latest updates on it as time does go on. It is starting to look a bit nastier, so again, I'll keep you posted as time goes on right here at Advective Weather. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please feel free to ask. And if you're within that tornado warning, it's time to get to the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. That is the major goal here today. If you are in a tornado warning. So just make sure that you are aware of your tornado safety plan and that you do take it into account as you do get to that tornado safe place. And let's take a look at the radar again. That is a robust rotational signature. There's some aliasing issues with it, which are making it kind of difficult to tell what exactly is going on with it. But it looks like that cell merger, it's kind of struggling to get that to merge a bit, as something has kind of fired farther south in the place of the cell that's merging. But we'll see here. This could be signs of a potentially maturing supercellular thunderstorm here. With time, and we'll see if that manages to mature.
Now, I do also want, because this is a rather new development, that Supercell in Michigan is producing tennis balls now.
Tennis balls.
It is producing in tennis balls. So it went from, I think it was at 1 3/4 inch before to 2.5 inches. That is just shy of the destructive severe thunderstorm tag. And again, this is heading basically straight for Lansing. Um, so for anybody who's in that area, let's see, it was moving east at 25 miles per hour. So, so I'm going to estimate that it'll be in Lansing in about an hour, maybe a little less than an hour, maybe a little more, if the storm decides to accelerate or decelerate. But yeah, so this storm, it's producing tennis ball size hail now. And it is moving in toward the state capital. I would not be surprised if it's still producing some sizable hail by the time it gets there. But again, that's more of the side story at this point, as we do have this rather concerning tornado-warned storm that is trying to get its act together here in Illinois, and it's looking like it's doing its best. It's definitely trying to wrap up, so I'm growing increasingly concerned with time as this thing continues to evolve.
Yeah, same thing is going on over here as well. That storm is looking gnarly, to say the very least, as we continue to take a look at it. So for those of you that are within that tornado warning, again, the environment today is good for strong tornadoes up here. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on this as time does go on. But yeah, I mean, there's just so much air just surging into that, allowing it to just have air coming together, things like that. But again, that cell merger is kind of disrupting it, not allowing it to continue the merge. We have another tornado warning now in the state of Iowa as well. So it does look like the tornado threat is beginning to ramp up some here. And we'll
Yeah.
continue
Oh,
to look at that.
geez. Yeah, that is a
Yeah.
very impressive supercell in Iowa. That is a classic supercell.
Yeah, there it is. I'm trying to get the latest frame here, because it's not updating. Yeah, there it is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is a strong couplet there with that classic supercell in the state of Iowa. Um,
I'm not liking the look of that at all.
I'm not either. So if you're in Lucas,
If
Palchik, Marion, Mesha, Jasper, Warren counties, you're in a tornado warning until 7:30 for this thing. And so if you're in Melcher, Dallas, this will be around your area at around 6:55. If you're in Pleasantville, around 7 o'clock. If you're in Knoxville, around 7:05. And that's a tight couplet there. If you are within this, you need to get to your safe place. Rishi?
Yeah, absolutely. This is I did not see this coming at all with this thunderstorm. I mean, it had a good supercell look to it for a while, but then the tornado warning kind of stole the show, or the one in Illinois. This one, however, looks much more concerned. This one looks much more pressing. It's already got a very decent hook with even some 60 dBz there in the hook echo itself. So I cannot tell if it's already producing something, but if it isn't, it is extremely close to doing so. As long as nothing goes on to hinder the continued development of the storm, it's going to put down a tornado very shortly, I would imagine.
Absolutely there. That is a concerning look. And that we now have a confirmed tornado in the state of Illinois. That is a confirmed tornado on the
Yep.
ground in the state of Illinois there. So this is a damaging tornado reported by weather spotters. So things are heating up here a bit. And again, we're going to stay right here with you as this situation continues. But a confirmed tornado now in the state of Illinois. This is for a tornado warning in place until 7:15 for southeastern McDonough County. And again, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground with that storm. So if you are within McDonough County there, within that tornado warning, it is time to get to your tornado safe place right here, right now, as a confirmed tornado is currently ongoing, and that is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Again, it's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So this will be in around Pennington, about 14 minutes, which is about in line with what the Weather Service said. Adair in about 19 minutes, New Philadelphia in 25. Those are the big locations there. If you're in Macomb, if you're in Brandolph, if you're in Bushel, areas like that, again, it's time to get to your tornado safe place as well. That looks like a lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. If you know anyone within these tornado warnings or within the severe weather risk today, please send them this stream, inform them of this, as this is a serious situation that is beginning to unfold. Again, that is a confirmed tornado in the state of Illinois. And then there in the state of Iowa, we do have a robust tornado warned supercell that does look rather concerning there. A couple, it doesn't look quite as tight as it did, but still, that is quite the cell in the state of Iowa. I wouldn't be shocked if that dropped a brief tornado there momentarily, but we'll see here what that continues to do. Is that does not that is a concerning look there. Tighter couplet with that storm for sure. Again, if you're in Lucas, Palchik, Marion, Masha, Jasper, or Warren counties, you're in a tornado warning until 7:30 p.m. So if you're within either of these warnings, it's time to get to that tornado safe spot. You should know where that tornado safe spot is. And again, that is a confirmed tornado near Macomb. Again, it's a confirmed tornado. Quarter-sized hail also observed there. Again, that is a storm report courtesy of a storm chaser. So damaging,
Yeah, I
confirmed, dangerous
mean,
tornado.
so yeah, it was located near Industry when the tornado warning first got confirmed. I sadly think that Industry may have been hit. I don't know if this is a strong tornado. I don't know if this is a large tornado. But Industry does look like it pretty much was right smack dab in the center of the path of this thing, wherever it decided to go. Um, but so unfortunately, I think Industry may have run out of time there, as the tornado kind of formed right on top of you. So it does look like the tornado is going to be staying on the southern half of this polygon. So if you are in Table Grove at Pava, Vermont, even as far as Lewistown and Smithfield, I'd be moving to shelter now, just as a preemptive caution. You're
Um,
likely going to be put under a tornado warning shortly.
Sorry to interrupt. This is not confirmed right now on the Weather Service, but Jeff Petrowski has a live stream on Twitter right now of a tornado on the ground with that tornado warning in the state of Iowa. Again, a tornado is on the ground in Iowa right now with that storm. It looks rather robust, and Jeff Petrowski's covering it. It is strengthening rather quickly. If you go to Jeff Petrowski's Twitter, you can actually watch this alongside us. And we have another new tornado warning that's just gone into place as well. That is for a confirmed tornado there in the state of Illinois. So that's an extension of our previous warning there in Illinois. So that is for Fulton, in Schuyler counties until 7:30 p.m. Again with that confirmed tornado that is weather spotter confirmed. Um, and so this will be near Vermont around 7:05 and Lapova around 7:10. And my goodness, yeah, that tornado in Iowa is getting bigger. So there is a tornado down with both of these cells now. So we have a tornado on the ground in the state of Illinois. We have a tornado on the ground in the state of Iowa. So if you're in Knoxville there in Iowa, Pella, need to be in your safe place. If you are in Industry, if you're in Vermont, Pava, any of those areas, again, get to your safe place. And that tornado warning there in Illinois for Industry has just been updated there with a tornado and golf ball sized hail. However, they have downgraded it to radar indicated there. The storm in the state of Illinois downgraded to radar indicated for the first warning. However, the second warning with the weather service there in Peoria still does have this as a confirmed tornado. So Weather Service Quad Cities calling this radar indicated, and Weather Service Lincoln, Illinois calling this a confirmed tornado. Regardless, you need to take this seriously, as the situation is still going to be serious with this as the cell merges together. However, it is not, again, it is not going to be one of those things where it's that super bad, devastating, catastrophic tornado, at least at this time, although that velocity signature, oh my goodness, from the Peoria radar, that looks super impressive.
Yeah, that's the one I've been using, just because it is the closest radar to it. You can very clearly see that they're at the tornado, at least at some point, rather relatively recently, was located directly over Industry. So, I worry about the level of damage there. I mean, I don't see any sort of debris ball anywhere, which is good. But then again, I don't know how well developed Industry is. So if the tornado did hit there, we can't really tell just how much damage it did. So I'm hoping that for right now it's relatively weak, but we won't know until the NWS surveys go out probably tomorrow to check out the damage area.
Absolutely the case. And there it is. Yeah, it's an impressive velocity signature. So if I'm near Industry there, near Table Grove, Apava, Lewistown, there might not be a report now of a confirmed tornado. However, this looks very impressive. This looks very, very impressive. So that is quite the couplet there. I anticipate that there is still a tornado on the ground with this. So if I'm in Maple Grove, Apava, Lewistown, it's time to get to my safe place. And if I'm in Peoria, I'm watching. Originally, it looked like this was going to go north of Peoria. Now it looks like it might go south. It's taken that right turn we were talking about. However, that storm motion hasn't quite been super well established yet, but that is a tight rotational signature there in the state of Illinois. In the state of Iowa there, the tornado remains on the ground there on Jeff Petrowski's stream. Again, you can check that if you go over to his stream, but that is an organized supercell thunderstorm. And it does look like that circulation has died down some. It's still robust. There is still a decent circulation there that definitely could have a tornado down. Looks like there is still a tornado down, although it does look a bit weaker. But again, that's a supercell up in Iowa that's likely going to continue producing tornadoes. And then we do have the storm to the north here as well. They could be a concern later. And there it is, confirmation of a tornado in Iowa. They have upgraded that to a confirmed tornado. So let's talk about that warning now. So this is a tornado warning in place until 7:30 p.m. for southwestern Poweshiek, central Marion, northwestern Mashaka, and southeastern Jasper and east central Warren counties. And this is for a damaging tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. And again, that's weather spotter confirmed, and it is starting to strengthen again on Jeff Petrowski's screen here. This is becoming a nice cone tornado. This will be near Knoxville, Knoxville Raceway, and Knoxville Municipal Airport around 7:05, with other locations in this storm including, but not limited to, Lake Red Rock, Elk Rock State Park, Monroe, Pella Municipal Airport, Pella, Rensselaer, and Sully. So again, that's two tornadoes that are down right now at this time. And again, that confirmed tornado on the ground, that is a weather spotter confirmed tornado at this time there. And the tornado warning in the state of Illinois here, that has been upgraded to confirmed again. And that is weather spotter confirmed. This is a damaging tornado with golf ball sized hail. This has been kind of all over the place, but that just moved through industry. It's heading towards Table Grove. If you're in Table Grove, it's time to get to your safe place right here, right now, with this storm. If I'm in Apava and if I'm in Lewistown, that's the more populated area that I'm concerned about. I'm getting to my safe place, and I'm seeing two circulations here, two robust circulations now on radar with this. Rishi, I don't know if you're seeing the same thing, but this is remarkable. We might have twins.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I doubt that these are going to be long tracking twins. I think that it's probably just a quick cycle that's ongoing with the storm. I mean, it does still have a very sloppy presentation, so I would not surprise me if it's trying to cycle itself, get a new mesocyclone going as it moves off to the north and east. So, but yeah, that's definitely worrying. It's definitely worrying.
Absolutely the case there is this situation um, just continues to unfold here. Uh, and yeah, I mean, my goodness.
It
Uh,
is worth noting that the other tornado warning we have to the south and east of Des Moines, the couplet does look to be weakening rather substantially in the recent frames. So I don't think it's going to be staying on the ground for too much longer if it is still on the ground, but it could vary. This storm could very easily cycle and put down another one. There is nothing to its south, so
that's absolutely the
it's only a
case.
matter of time really until it actually puts down another one, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, Jeff Petrowski's stream here, it's buffering a bit, but does show now a funnel. I can't tell if it's on the ground here, but there's definitely still a funnel cloud with that. So that's definitely still a concern. We'll see what happens as the storm cycles. But if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask them. We'll be more than glad to answer them. Two confirmed tornadoes are currently on the ground right now. So if you know anyone within these severe weather risks, contact them, let them know tornadoes are now occurring with these storms. They're getting their acts together. They are now capable of producing stronger tornadoes. So, our first tornado warned storm that we're going to talk about here, real quick, this is the one up in the state of Iowa. So, this is a tornado warning that is in place until 7:30 p.m. for southwestern Poweshiek, central Marion, northwestern Masha, and southeastern Jasper and east central Warren counties. And again, it's for a damaging tornado and ping pong ball size hail. And that's weather spotter confirmed. So that's the one we have here. The other tornado warned storm we have is in the state of Illinois. Um, this one looks rather impressive. I'm actually going to go to the Peoria radar, and you can see there those very impressive velocity couplets. Those look a bit disheveled now, but still rather strong. So definitely the possibility of a tornado still with that. Again, that still appears to be a tornado warned storm that is radar confirmed according to the Weather Service. So that's a weather spotter confirmed tornado with damage ongoing and golf ball sized hail. And again, that's going to be on right on Adair's doorstep here. If you're in Adair, time to get to your safe place. You're south of this, but there's another couplet forming to the north here as well. If I'm in Table Grove, I'm getting to my safe place right now as well. If I'm in Apava, I'm getting to my safe place. If I'm in Lewistown, I'm getting to my safe place here. As this dangerous situation continues to unfold, and yeah, that has tightened up all of a sudden again as well. So if I'm in Table Grove, time's nearly up. You need to be getting to shelter, and you need to be doing it quick. There's no debris signature just yet, but again, if I'm in southeastern McDonough counties, or if I'm in Fulton or Schuyler counties, I'm getting to my safe place right now. There's a confirmed tornado currently on the ground at this time with that tornado warned supercell now. And again, that has merged. That merge looks like it's gone fairly well. And now we do have that hooking feature. So, yeah, we have two tornado warned cells here. Rishi, do you have any sort of additional insight regarding this particular storm?
So, I mean, I'm looking all over a couple of the discords I'm in, and people are posting a whole bunch of images from spotters from chaser streams, which you're really not supposed to do because it's their stream. But regardless, there is still a definite tornado on the ground for the cell in Illinois. Whether or not there's one on the ground for the cell in Iowa, it's uncertain, but it
Funnel
is
was
definitely
just
trying to put
reported.
down another one from what I'm seeing. Yep.
Emergency management just reported a funnel there, so no confirmation it's on the ground at this time. However, um, it definitely does appear that oh my goodness, never mind. I just checked Jeff Petrowski's stream. There is a big time tornado on the ground again with that. Big time tornado just formed. The mesocyclone cycled. We don't see it on the radar just yet, but yeah, there is a new tornado on the ground with this, and it is a substantial cone that is on the ground there. My goodness. So yeah, if I'm in that Iowa tornado warning, that's a confirmed tornado that is on the ground there. Again, that is confirmed yet again there, and yeah, it's been a bit of a debris ball I think that we've had with this as well. That I've just kind of noticed as it was low precipitation. It's kind of consolidated with time as well. So here's the thing: um, if you are in southwestern Poweshiek, central Marion, northwestern Masha, southeastern Jasper, or east central Warren counties. It's time to get to your safe place. There's a damaging tornado on the ground with ping pong ball sized hail, and this is an organized supercell that continues to have a robust tornado on the ground there. And my goodness, Jeff Petrowski is like within like 50, 100 yards of this thing. Goodness. Wow. Yeah, that thing's big. That thing is powerful. There's an up close and personal view of it if you want it on Twitter. But this thing has gotten stronger again. And a lot of that reflectivity return, that is not precipitation, that is debris from the tornado as this strong tornado continues, it appears. So, yeah, there's a tornado on the ground right now in Iowa with this storm. So let's continue to monitor that one closely. Rishi, any additional news on that?
Absolutely. Nothing really major that we haven't touched on already. I'm really surprised that it's as big as it is. I mean, the velocity profile of that supercell in Iowa is just not there. But I don't know. I mean, it's obviously still doing it, so gonna have to
Yeah,
gonna have to watch that one a lot more carefully, given that the radar presentation isn't as well defined as we normally see with tornado warning storms.
it's a drill bit at the moment. Um, it's on the ground there. Um, we got that courtesy of Jeff Petrowski. Harder to see what's going on now. Uh, but at least for a minute there, we did have a stronger tornado. I do want to check now on the storm in Illinois again, because we are having to juggle both of these, which are still, according to the Weather Service, confirmed tornadoes. Now, signature in Illinois looks to have died down a bit, so that's good news. Rishi, I'm not sure if you can second me on that, but it looks like the radar signature has definitely died down some with this.
Yeah, it definitely has. I mean, it doesn't look anywhere near as healthy as it did just a little while ago. I mean, admittedly, the storm really hasn't looked particularly good throughout its life so far, but it definitely still has the capability to put down another tornado if it wants to, if or for the current tornado to re-strengthen, assuming that it's still on the ground.
For
Um,
sure.
but yeah, let's see. I'm seeing, yeah, there's a whole bunch of little tiny circulations potentially there. So this thing is trying to reorganize itself. I feel if it manages to do so, chances are if there isn't a tornado on the ground right now, there will be soon, and it'll probably impact Apava pretty quickly here. So make sure if you're in Apava that you are in shelter at this point. There's no point in waiting.
Agreed there. Again, yeah, the circulations don't look quite as good, but if I am in McDonough County, in Illinois, or I am in southeastern Fulton and northeastern Schuyler counties in Illinois, I'm still getting to my tornado safe place right now. Again, that's for a damaging tornado, quarter-sized hail. Now, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask them. And if you know of anyone who is within this severe weather risk, please let them know about this stream as well, as that can make sure that we get that life-saving information out to as many people as we can. So, very important that we end up doing that as time does go on here. And thank you to everyone who's been watching so far. We do appreciate the support. Again, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, please feel free to ask. We'll be more than glad to answer them. And there it is. The tornado warning that was in McDonough County has now been allowed to expire. So there is no longer a tornado warning in McDonough County. There's only a tornado warning now that is within southwestern Fulton and northeastern Schuyler counties until 7:30. And again, they're saying as of 7:06 p.m., a tornado was in Table Grove. So there was a tornado on the ground as of 5 minutes ago. And now that the storm's near Apava, it is starting to get a more substantial hook. It's starting to get that inflow surge. So this now has a better structure and looks like it really could try and produce something bigger now. So again, Apava, this thing's pretty much over you. In Lewistown in Cuba, this will be near your locations around 7:20. And yeah, that it's organizing now.
Yeah, that is not good for the area. Um, just to put it, just that's putting it lightly. That is not good. Now, given that given that this storm kind of looked disheveled and is now looking better again, tells you that it likely lifted between the last confirmation report, which was at 7:03 Central, and now. So for about 10 minutes, it looks like it was cycling or doing something or other. But now that it's looking much more like a supercell, I think it's probably about to get its act together and actually start going the distance here, which is not a good sign.
No, it's not good at all. So we're going to continue to watch all of these storms as time does go on there. And it should be noted, Brandon Kopic, not too long ago, getting a pretty violent looking rope tornado that was on the ground there in Illinois. So strong drill bit tornado in the state of Iowa, and a strong drill bit, it looked like, also occurred there in the state of Illinois. Now let's see here. If we go back into the state of Iowa with this storm here, let's take a look at that tornado warned storm. So a tornado warning remains in place until 7:30 for southwestern Poweshiek, central Marion, northwestern Waukesha, southeastern Jasper, and east central Warren counties. And again, it's until 7:30. That's for a damaging, dangerous tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. So this thing is nearing Knoxville. This thing's past Knoxville, it appears, by this point. It's passing it to the north. And yeah, it does look like things have fallen apart a little bit, but there's still a bit of a robust circulation with that there. So again, that was a confirmed tornado as of not too terribly long ago. And it does look like that storm, it's riding the warm front. It might have just gone north of the warm front, and that's why it fell apart. So storm in Illinois there, it's not going to have a problem remaining surface-based for a while. That one in Iowa there, it's going to be moving out of good conditions to produce tornadoes soon and could become more elevated like the sister cell to its north. If I'm in Winterset right now, there's a supercell thunderstorm there with some rotation. It's not too much, but a bit. And I'd be watching out for that. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in place for you for ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. But the main story now looks like it's slowly shifting over to this storm in Illinois as it becomes more robust and organized. And yeah, I mean, that storm is just it does appear to be organizing somewhat rapidly now as it's past Apava, but as of now, doesn't look to be producing much. Might be, and again, we'll see that soon. Again, still confirmed tornado, according to the Weather Service. It has a damaging tornado as of 7:06. So again, this thing has just moved through Apava. It's heading towards Lewistown. So if I'm in Lewistown, I'm getting to my tornado safe place right now. And here we are. I'm looking at Brad Arnold's stream here of the potential tornado, and yeah, there's definitely a lowering, and yeah, there's debris there. There is a debris cloud. There is a tornado on the ground again with this, and that velocity signature has upticked substantially as well. So a tornado is back on the ground in the state of Illinois heading towards Lewistown. If I'm in Lewistown, I'm getting to my safe place. There's quite the lowering there. That could be on the ground for a long time. That looks like it could stay on the ground for quite a long time, actually. So we'll see what happens there. No guarantees of that yet, but if I'm in the state of Illinois here, near Pava and in Lewistown, I'm getting to my safe place. If I'm in Smithfield, Cuba, I'm in this tornado warning as well, so I'm getting to my safe place too. But there it is. There's the storm. There is a tornado on the ground with that storm. There's definitely some debris being lofted up there. So, tornado is down. Yeah, my goodness.
It's also worth noting that the cell in Iowa, as of 2 minutes ago, is still producing a tornado or has produced another tornado.
Which storm is this?
The one in Iowa.
The one in Iowa still producing?
I've seen conflicting reports. I've seen reports that it lifted at some point during its life, but if that's the case, then it put down a second tornado as of 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
This is over Elk Rock State Park, or 8 miles west of Pella. This is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
I'm sorry to interrupt you here real quick. That storm near Pava, that velocity signature has strengthened a lot. Quite a lot. If I'm in Lewistown, I need to get to my safe place. There's a tornado on the ground. Again, that is a tornado on the ground. That is a substantial tornado now on the ground. That is getting a bit larger in size. So if I'm in Lewistown, it's time to get to my safe place right here, right now. That is a damaging, dangerous tornado on the ground heading towards Lewistown. There in the state of Illinois. And again, that tornado warning, that is going to be heading into Fulton County. So again, the state of Illinois.
I do also want to point out a lesser mentioned hazard with this is also driving baseball size hail.
Goodness, yeah, it's big old hail.
So regardless, even if you're not in the direct path of this tornado, you might have baseball sized chunks of ice falling from the sky. So if you're anywhere in this polygon or anywhere to the east, you need to be in shelter. Because even if a tornado doesn't hit your house, you could definitely saw windows blown out and busted just thanks to thanks to the size of the hail that's falling. So definitely make sure that you are in shelter if you're anywhere in this polygon or anywhere in the path of this supercell for the next few minutes.
Absolutely the case. I would like to note here, let's just go back to that Iowa storm for just a second. That Iowa storm, it could recycle here. It's going north of the warm front. So its time to produce tornadoes is limited. However, it's not zero. It does look like it's fallen apart some, but here's what we've got. A tornado warning remains in effect until 7:30 p.m. for southwestern Palchik, northern Marion, and northwestern Mexia, and southeastern Jasper counties until 7:30 p.m. And again, that is for a damaging, dangerous tornado that is currently on the ground. According to the Weather Service, that is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. Now, the radar does not look great with this. That's the good news. It does look like the storm structure is not what it once was. However, this storm could rematerialize again. We don't exactly know if it's north of the warm front at this time, although if it's not, it's going to be soon. So that's current news there. And then our storm there that's heading in the general direction of Winterset has a bit of that inflow kink, but not much else to it. So let's go back to the tornado there, state of Illinois, there's now an extension of that tornado warning there for a confirmed tornado, and my goodness gracious, that that velocity signature has strengthened a lot, and there is some sort of downburst or something on Brandon Kopic's screen. This looks to be somewhat rain wrapped, but it is moving rapidly. There is a big tornado on the ground heading towards Lewistown. It is a damaging, dangerous tornado that is currently on the ground. So this is for a damaging tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So if you're in St. David, this hits you around 7:35. If you're in Lewistown, this thing is heading right for you. Again, this thing is heading right for you if you're in Lewistown. This thing is strong. This thing is big. This thing is going to cause damage. So, my goodness, if I'm in Lewistown again, it's time to go. If I'm in Liverpool, if I'm in St. David, it's time to go. Let's talk about this here in a bit more detail now. This is the tornado warning. This is for Fulton and central Mason counties in central Illinois until 7:45 p.m. for a damaging tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So there it is. Again, your tornado safe place, it's going to be the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. My goodness, that looks like it's a bigger tornado possibly heading into Lewistown here.
Yeah, I'm not liking the look of it at all. And it's definitely, I've definitely seen better structures in terms of reflectivity presentation, but that velocity signature is undoubtedly a tornado.
That's for sure. And we'll continue to look at this as time goes on. And the velocity doesn't look quite as good in the latest frame, but it still looks quite good. I'm still quite impressed with it.
I think this thing is, if it's doing what I think it's doing, I think it's going to try to occlude and recycle, put down another one.
Yeah.
That being said, though, do not leave shelter. Do not think that's me saying, oh, it's safe to come out of shelter. It is not. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to stay in shelter and stay there until the tornado warning has expired, and even after the tornado warning is over, stay there for at least another few minutes, just in case, because you never know with storms. They can do some wild things.
Absolutely the case, but that is a stronger looking tornado there in Illinois. That's been rather substantial. And yeah, oh my, okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'm having a hard time telling if that's debris there. There's a bit of contamination, but this is substantiated. We do have some news with that cell. This is a severe thunderstorm warning regarding the same cell that's tornado warned for Fulton, Knox, Tazewell, Mason, and Peoria counties until 8 p.m. for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So it's a dangerous situation that continues to occur there. And that includes the city of Peoria. So if I'm in Peoria now, I'm taking my severe thunderstorm precautions, and I'm preparing in the event that I'll be taking my tornado precautions, because that might need to happen soon as well. Again, near Lewistown, there is a big-time tornado on the ground here with a strong velocity signature. And again, that's heading straight in your direction. So if I'm in Lewistown, I'm getting to my safe place right now. If I'm in Liverpool, Bryant, or St. David, state of Illinois, I am preparing to get to my safe place because that's likely going to be necessary in the near future.
Thomas,
Yep.
that is a PDS tornado warning.
That has been upgraded now, yeah, to a PDS tornado warning. Thank you for the update there. Again, that is now a particularly dangerous situation according to the Weather Service. So, a tornado warning remains in effect until 7:45 p.m. for central Fulton and north central Mason counties, and that is a particularly dangerous situation. And yes, there is a tornado still down. We're looking at it on chaser footage. It doesn't look big, but it looks intense. So, that is an intense tornado on the ground there. Again, that's a particularly dangerous situation according to the Weather Service. So your safe place there is going to be getting to the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. You want to, that's a bathroom closet, something like that. Bring pillows, blankets, stuff like that to protect yourself from flying debris if possible. And you're also going to want to wear shoes, do things like that. Make sure that you're protecting yourself. And that is now a solid, large cone tornado on the ground heading towards Lewistown. And that's now taking a more northern storm motion, as this does look like it is going to occlude soon. But before it does so, that does look like a robust, now particularly dangerous situation that is unfolding there near Bryant, St. David. So let's track this out. This tornado-warned storm is currently moving east at 50. East at 50. So let's do 55 just to be safe here. So if I'm in Bryant, you have 5 minutes. It looks like it's somewhat far away on the radar. This says you have 5 minutes.
I hate to say it, Thomas, but that velocity couple is only strengthening.
Yeah, I see that. My goodness. And there's a
This
debris signature
PDS
on it now too.
upgrade is absolutely needed. Given the strength of this thing on radar, I am 100% in agreement with the National Weather Service out of Lincoln.
Yeah, no, that this is a large, damaging, dangerous tornado that is currently on the ground. That is for sure. No surprises that it's been upgraded to a particularly dangerous situation. That warning's been updated again there. Still in effect until 7:45 for central Fulton and north central Mason counties. Again, that's a particularly dangerous situation. That tornado being reported as of 7:25 northwest of Lewistown. St. David there getting this around 7:35 p.m. So again, that's a PDS tornado warning. And yeah, that is a gnarly velocity signature just north of Lewistown right now.
Absolutely, and the debris signature is also there as well. So every single product we have is saying you have a tornado on the ground, and spotters are in the area. They're saying that there's a tornado on the ground. So absolutely, this is a strong one. So please make sure you're in your safe place if you aren't already. Again, remember, if you are in towns like Bryant and Liverpool, you have less than 5 minutes to get to shelter if this tornado decides to do some deviant motion. So make sure you are moving to shelter now. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado as it may be rain wrapped.
Yeah, if I'm in Bryant, you have about 5 minutes. If you're in St. David, you have about 8. If you're in Dumfries, you have about 9 minutes. You have about 14 minutes if you're in Rawfalts. You're just outside the warning there. And just to time it out, in the event that Liverpool were to get hit here, Liverpool, you have about 9 minutes until this would hit you in the event of some funky storm motions, which can happen here. So that's a dangerous situation that continues to unfold in the state of Illinois. So we're going to continue to see what we can get out of this, but that's a damaging, dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now. Yeah, my goodness. And yeah, it's a big time debris ball with that as well. So if you're in Bryan, if you're in St. David, it's time to get to that tornado safe place right here, right now. I don't want to leave anyone out, so I'm going to check on that tornado up in Iowa real quick. That tornado warned
Yeah,
storm.
it's not looking good. I mean, it's looking a little better in recent frames, but the it's been severe warned as a continuation, and it does not have the tornado possible tag. That being said, it does have a little hook trying to redevelop, so it might do it again, but I'm not entirely convinced that it will. But we'll
Okay.
see.
Yeah, that we certainly will. And again, this storm, what makes life so difficult is that it's riding along the warm front, and the warm front is moving north. So we'll see if it can continue to just latch onto and ride that warm front, but I think it's going to move north of it with time. We'll just have to see here. But this thing, yeah, there it is.
Unfortunately, though, the our PDS tornado in Illinois, that the tornado debris signature on correlation coefficient is only getting more and more well defined. It's not getting bigger. It's not getting deeper. It's just getting easier to distinguish between the TDS and the hail and the hail artifact there.
It's getting more
So
circular.
yeah.
And yeah, so yeah, we only have one tornado warning in effect now. Both of our other tornado warnings were allowed to expire, and that's that PDS tornado warning near Lewistown. So a tornado warning remains in effect for east central Fulton and north central Mason counties, and this is what we're going to be giving all of our attention to for the next little while. This particularly dangerous situation with the storm moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. It's a weather spotter confirmed tornado as of 7:25 p.m. And again, that remains somewhat serious. Likely going to be an extension to that warning here soon, but that is a gnarly tornado. The velocity signature does not look quite as good as it did, but it still looks quite good. There is a deep debris signature now with this. This thing is picking up a
Yeah, and you're
lot
not
of
gonna like the
debris.
next frame.
Yeah, I just saw it. Uh,
Jeez. Yeah, this is a no joke tornado, unfortunately.
yeah, this thing has power.
Um, let me see here how. Okay. Ooh,
This thing's
that's
right near
concerning.
Bryant.
So,
What's going on?
I just turned the so it's not terribly a good piece of information, but I turned the Lincoln, Illinois radar up to tilt 4, and I can still very clearly see that debris ball on that correlation coefficient. So it's only reading about 9,000 feet up. That's still it is extremely compact. It's very easy to pick out.
Yeah,
So
let's see how high up in the
it's
air I can get this to. Yeah, it's about 9,000 feet in the air. So that's substantiated. And yeah, I mean that rotational signature goes way up in the storm. So we'll see what we can do there. But again, that's a confirmed damaging dangerous tornado. It seems like it might be on a weakening stage or an occluding stage here, which means that this tornado's life cycle might be coming to an end soon. Still on the ground, still significant though. Definitely something that needs to continue to be watched here rather closely. So that is a dangerous situation that continues to unfold in the state of Illinois. And that PDS tornado warning is now even smaller than it once was, but still
yes,
remains
it
a
has been
particularly dangerous
trimmed.
situation. That's
Yep,
in east
they're
central
saying
Fulton County.
as of a minute ago, it was located near St. David, or near Lewistown. Again, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour still. So Bryant, it's basically right on top of you. St. David, it'll be on your doorstep here in just a couple of minutes. The text has it being in your town in just 3 minutes. So definitely make sure you're moving to shelter now. Again, if you haven't already.
Definitely the case. Damaging dangerous tornadoes remain a possibility here overnight tonight. And as the night does go on, but again, that is a strong tornado. And the latest velocity, oh my goodness, it has gotten a lot stronger here as it's moving just north of Bryant. You see that?
Not yet. Let me update. Yep, there it is.
Oh my. I hope that's an aliasing error.
I'm getting 80 miles an hour toward radar and 57 away, so that is about 65 mile per hour VROT, or about 60 55 knots, I believe the conversion is. So it's definitely not a small tornado, but
No.
oh boy, I am hoping that the tornado does lift at some point, very very soon. It is worth noting the severe thunderstorm warning surrounding it is also professing a 2-inch hail along with that. So
Yeah, and there it is. A new tornado warning has just gone out. This one is also a particularly dangerous situation. And this includes the same areas as the one that is currently in place, so that one I'm no longer going to be going over. I'm just going to be going over the new one. So if you're in northeastern Fulton, west central Tazewell, or southwestern Peoria counties in the state of Illinois, you're in a particularly dangerous situation, a life-threatening situation, a damaging, dangerous tornado is on the ground. This tornado warning is in place until 8 p.m. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. A damaging, dangerous tornado was located near St. David or near Canton, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This will be near Glassford around 7:50. That's the primary thing here, and 2-inch diameter hail is also in place with this. This is heading in the general direction of Peoria. If I'm in Peoria right now, I am watching this closely as this particularly dangerous situation continues. Let's time this out. as we continue to look at where exactly this is going. So
So
let's.
I am going to just let you know I'm going to be dropping off here in just for a few minutes here. But again, this is a PDS tornado warning, located over St. David now, near Canton, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So definitely make sure that if you are not in your safe place yet, that you are now. This tornado is not going to wait for you, and you should not wait for it. You will not be able to see this tornado. It is rain wrapped. So please take your tornado precautions seriously and enact them now. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation.
Absolutely the case. So PDS tornado warning remains in place. If you're in St. David, you've got a minute, maybe a minute. You need to be in that safe place right here, right now. If you're in Rawlwatts, you've got 7 minutes. If you're in Monterey, you've got 8. If you're in Breeds, you've got 10. And if you're in Lancaster, you've got 15 minutes. If you're in Canton here, you have about 6 or 7 minutes. If you're in Banner, you have about 10 minutes. And if you're in Glassford, you have about 15 minutes here before this gets to your general neck of the woods. So please, 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 if you are within this tornado warning, you don't have much time. It's time to get to that tornado safe place right here, right now, as this dangerous situation continues. And unfortunately, I think that we might see this cycle here relatively soon as well, with this southern kind of extension off of it. But we still have that couplet there. We can still see that tornado very close to St. David here, and it's likely impacting St. David right now. So we're continuing to watch this with time, and I mean that this tornadic supercell, it continues to be resilient, as this couplet looks like it's probably going to die down here relatively soon. But again, serious situation. If you know anyone within this severe weather risk, please let them know about this. Send them the stream so that way they can continue to monitor the situation as well. Yeah, this is the only tornado warned supercell that we have so far, so this is what we're giving all of our attention to. If you are somewhere within the severe risk and have any questions, comments, concerns, ask us. We'll be happy to answer them when we can. And as we continue to look at this, that couplet does look a bit more robust again, but it is moving into the storm. So we'll see how long this lasts for. However, the storm is damaging, it is dangerous, and it is moving, looks like possibly north of St. David. And if this storm motion continues here, this is moving straight for Canton. So if I'm in Canton right now, you need to be in your safe place, because you do not have long until this gets to you. Assuming this is moving north at about 50 miles per hour, Canton, you've got like 4 minutes before this gets to you. So Canton, this is right on your doorstep. Make sure that you're taking those tornado safety procedures, those tornado safety precautions very seriously. That's lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room, bathroom or closet works. Something like that, just to make sure that you are going to be as safe as you can as this damaging and dangerous tornado does continue. And it's unfortunate that we continue to see this. I mean, we saw this last Friday. We saw this the Friday before last as well. Just numerous damaging, dangerous tornadoes remain here. I'm just going to check. Let's see what we have here. But yeah, here we are. Evident tornado on the ground there. That was very strong, still probably somewhat strong at this time. And as the sun sets, it's going to be harder to see these things. So now we're starting to move into the overnight period, and this is what I got to say to people. First things first, if you're within this tornado warning, it's time to get to your safe place. But for the broader risk at large, you're not going to be able to see these things at night. You are not going to be able to hear them because they're moving fast until it is too late. And this tornado threat for this particular mode in the north is probably going to last here for the next few hours. However, if you're in the south here, at Springfield, Fayetteville, Fort Smith, down to Texarkana, I cannot stress enough you need multiple ways to get weather alerts tonight. especially overnight, because strong tornadoes are likely, not possible, likely overnight tonight over there. Now, it does look like our circulation here, our primary tornado here that's heading in the general direction of Canton, straight for Canton, it is weakening. But if you're in Canton, this thing could still directly hit you and do some damage. So do not let your guard down. This thing will be there in minutes. South of St. David here, though, around here, we're starting to see the signs of the potential of a new tornadic circulation developing in the near future here. So that's what we're looking at right now. But again, I want to reiterate a particularly dangerous situation. That is the wording the Weather Service is using for this tornado-warned storm in Fulton, Tazewell, and Peoria counties. Again, that's until 8 p.m. for a tornado. 2-inch hail also within this storm. So please take care of this. If you're in Canton, Illinois, if you're near St. David, if you're in Banner, Glassford, it's time to get to that safe place. Again, that's a dangerous situation that continues to unfold. And again, we're starting to see the southern side of things. That little hook, that little appendage, has now moved off of the supercell. And we're probably going to start to see this spin a bit more again, and perhaps drop another tornado here in the near future. So this one's weakening. We don't know if it's off the ground or not. And if you're in Canton, you need to be in your safe place. That is imperative. However, if that is off the ground, there is another one forming either just outside of or within this warning area. So again, a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning remains, courtesy of the Weather Service, needs to be taken seriously for Fulton, Tazewell, and Peoria counties. And we are starting to get some indications from chasers. Piers, let me see. Yeah, large wedge tornado, it appears that was. And again, it still could be a powerful tornado. We don't really know. But the good news is for this northern side, it's definitely weakening there near Canton, but still could be on the ground. The bad news is to the south here, this hook is forming. There is another tornado that is probably going to be on the way soon, forming near Bannon and Glassford. So again, if you're in that PDS tornado warning, it is important to be in your safe place. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask, and we will be more than happy to answer them as this continues. But this damaging, dangerous tornado looks like it could remain a problem here in the state of Illinois. Let's take a look now at the new tornado warning here. Good news, this is no longer PDS. This has been downgraded to radar indicated rotation. But the tornado warning remains in place until 8 o'clock for northeastern Fulton and west central Tazewell and southwestern Peoria counties. This is for a tornado and 2-inch in diameter hail. So this will be near Glassford, here around 7:50. But again, that's now downgraded to radar indicated rotation for that tornado warning in place for Fulton, Tazewell, and Peoria counties. So certainly good news. The bad news, this southern cell, that rotation is getting stronger. This is likely going to drop a tornado here shortly if it hasn't already. So even if this isn't so bad now, and still there is enough rotation there that if I'm in Canton, I'm staying in my safe place, this could produce a tornado soon, and we now have a new tornado warning. It's just gone into place for this cell. That's for Fulton, Tazewell, Manson, and Peoria counties until 8:15 p.m. This is for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that was located 7 miles east of St. David or 8 miles southeast of Canton, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is for a potential tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter, all of this being radar indicated at this time. So this will be near Manito around 7:50, Glassford around 7:55, according to current suspicions, with other locations like South Penkin, Bartonville, Creve Coeur, and Market Heights, including Interstate 474 between mile markers 2 and 9, all being within that new tornado warning, and that does include the outer areas of Peoria there. So if I'm in the city of Peoria, not quite in a tornado warning yet. However, you might be here relatively soon. You're just outside of a polygon. So I'd be watching this closely if I'm in the city of Peoria. That is for sure. And that velocity couplet there on the southern end of things does appear to be strengthening some. So there might not be a tornado on the ground right now. I'm just going to be completely honest with you. However, there will be one soon, I think. I'm pretty confident that there will be one soon if there's not one right now.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with you on that one, Schwent. Um, it does look like there is a good cover developing south of Banner, and I do agree with you that the city of Peoria and all the suburbs around it need to be ready to move to shelter at a moment's notice. I mean, especially if you're on the southwestern edge of the Peoria metro, like if you're in Bellevue, Kickapoo, Bartonville, I would be moving to shelter pretty quickly as you're basically within this tornado warning. Um, but yeah, Peoria, I would suggest getting things together that you want to bring with you to your storm shelter. Again, make sure that it's only stuff that you can very easily carry, as you do not want to slow yourself down. Uh, so just make sure that you know where to go, what you're going to bring, and what kinds of protections you're going to offer yourself once you're in your storm shelter.
Absolutely the case there. And again, 2-inch in diameter hail also in that tornado warning. So rather substantiated there. But yeah, this looks quite good for the potential of tornadic circulations here. So we'll see what happens here. But again, that's an interesting situation going on there as this cell um, continues to take advantage of a good environment to produce tornadoes in. We're going to have a brand new Storm Prediction Center outlook coming out here within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. So stay tuned right here for that as well. But yeah, I mean, this is what we're currently looking at right now. The potential for some rather substantiated tornadic thunderstorms within our moderate risk of severe weather today. And again, our southern mode, we haven't even gotten started with the southern side yet. And we'll talk about all that here when the new SPC outlook comes out. Now, if you know anyone who is within the severe weather risk today, please send this stream to them so that way they can get the information they need to stay safe during this. Someone is asking here, is southeast Wisconsin in any danger? If you're in southeastern Wisconsin, we'll go off of this for just a second while it remains somewhat lower end, it looks like, at least on radar. If I'm in southern Wisconsin, yeah, some danger there. So if you're in Milwaukee specifically, or Madison, you're in a level 2 or 3. So a level 3 there in Madison, and that's mostly going to be for hail. I'm just going to double check there. Yeah, the tornado threat's level 2. The hail threat is level 3. And the wind threat also level 3. So strong winds and large hail are going to be the primary threats for Madison and Milwaukee tonight. And then as we head into tomorrow, much less substantial of a threat for those strong to severe storms there. So enhanced risk in Madison, slight risk in Milwaukee tonight. Marginal risk in Madison, slight to enhanced risk in Milwaukee tomorrow. And that'll be tomorrow morning that primary threat would be dealt with there. So that's what we're looking at, is this dangerous situation does continue to unfold. We'll go back to the storm tracker now, and we will continue to track this dangerous situation that continues to unfold nearing the Peoria metro area. And yeah, that couplet's getting stronger again there. So
Yeah, I'm noticing that as
it's
well.
not
The
off
hook's
the
getting more
chart.
pronounced as well.
Not off the chart or anything, but it's if I'm in South Penkin or Penkin in particular, I'd be I'd be getting to my safe place here. Um, and let's see here. How fast is that moving? It's moving at 40, so we'll make it 45 to be safe. So let's track this out for you. If you're in Talbot, you've got about 7 minutes till this thing hits you. If you're on Stohers, you've got about 13 minutes. Powerton, 14 minutes. Midway, 15 minutes. South Penkin, 16 minutes. Crescent, 16 minutes. Schaeferville, 18 minutes. Penkin, 19 minutes. Penkin Height, 20 minutes. Dillon, 23 minutes. And Town Oaks, 24 minutes. That's the current lay of the land with the situation as it continues to unfold. But there we are. Again, radar indicated rotation there for a tornado warning in place for Fulton, Tazewell, Mason, and Peoria counties until 8:15 p.m. Rashid, you
So something new that I just noticed. So the other previously tornado warned storm is not tornado warned now, but
can
it is a destructive storm for Jasper and Poweshiek, Iowa. This is for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it's definitely still a supercell. It's still doing its thing, but instead of dropping tornadoes, it's dropping baseballs now. So this is going to be near Grinnell very shortly here. Actually, no, it says it passed Grinnell about 10 minutes ago. So if you are anywhere to the northeast of Grinnell, Iowa, you need to be in shelter because there are baseballs falling from the sky, and those are capable of inflicting potentially lethal damage to pets, property, and people outside. So again, this storm is producing baseball-sized hail, and it is capable of damaging property, pets, and people potentially lethally.
It's always good information there, and just to go over that, that is for um, that's until 8:30 for Poweshiek, southeastern Tama, northwestern Masha, and southeastern Jasper counties. And again, it's baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. So head back to our tornado warned storm there in the state of Illinois. That couplet there, it just doesn't quite look like it's getting attacked together, which is good news. It's kind of fizzled out after it tried, but we'll see. This is likely going to try again. The classic supercell structure is there, and it has the environment to do it.
Yes, absolutely it does, and absolutely. It could very easily do or drop another tornado if it wants to. So just looking at how it looks on radar, if it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be somewhere probably due east of Banner, if I were to make a guess. Um, so if you drop a line due south of Glassford and due east of Banner, if it's going to drop a tornado anywhere, I think it's going to do it there. And then if you track out due northeast, I would say the towns most under threat of another tornado are Mapleton, Pekin, Hollins, Marquette Heights, and Bartonville. Those would be the towns that are in the tornado warning that I would say are in the highest risk of being impacted. South Pekin, Dillon, Bellevue, and Norwood, I think, are just a bit too far north and south to be impacted by this storm as a tornado. But if you are in Norwood or Bellevue, remember the storm is also dropping 2-inch hail. So stay in shelter if you're up there.
Absolutely the case. And just to clarify there for that question that someone had, that they said they were in Kenosha County. A new storm prediction center outlook will be coming out shortly, although as of the current one, we are in an enhanced risk for severe weather tonight. That's a level 3 out of 5, so that means that there's going to be a fair bit of severe weather coverage, and that is for strong winds and large hail. And the SPC has delineated the possibility of some very large hail over 2 inches in diameter being a possibility. So we'll see what happens there, but again, that's rather substantiated. I hope that helps answer your question. If anyone else has any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask. We'll be more than glad to answer them as we continue to monitor this tornado warned storm heading in the general direction of Peoria heading towards parts of Penkin at the moment, likely to go just south of Glassford here in relatively short order as the storm continues its march, again in the general direction of Peoria. So we'll see what it can do there. And we do have a confirmed tornado in the state of Iowa. That is a confirmed tornado in the state of Iowa. So this is with that supercell, that destructive supercell thunderstorm. And they have said that. Just a moment there.
I'm just waiting for the polygon to appear on my end.
Okay. And for those of you on the stream, I'm sorry, it just dropped out briefly. OBS disconnected for a brief moment, has now reconnected. So we're still good to go. Maybe a small hitch in the stream. But yeah, there it is. A damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail emergency management confirmed. This is for Poweshiek and Tama counties, this tornado warning. So if you're in Brooklyn or Holiday Lake, it's time to get to your tornado safe place right now, as a confirmed tornado is on the ground there in the state of Iowa. Again, that is emergency management confirmed at this time associated with this thunderstorm. So the tornado, it's currently moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So if you are in Ewart, you've got about 3 minutes until this hits you. If you're in Malcolm, you've got about 8 minutes. Brooklyn, 14 minutes. Carnforth, around 18 minutes. Hartwig, around 21 minutes. Victor, around 21 minutes until this hits you. So again, that dangerous situation, it continues to unfold here with time. But we will continue to monitor the situation. Rishi, can you just check the live stream health real quick for me?
It's looking good to me.
Okay, good.
It definitely did have a hiccup there, but we're back. So just as a heads up, there is a mesoscale discussion for our supercell in Illinois. I'll go ahead and read that out. So this isolated supercell may continue for the next 1 to 2 hours. It appears to have slowed a bit over the last hour as it begins to encounter increasingly hostile air mass downstream. So the air mass is strongly capped at here in my mouth, excuse me, at ILX at 850 millibars, which supports weakening updrafts with time. However, strong low-level storm relative helicity and deep layer shear may allow the storm to survive a bit longer than otherwise would be expected. It's not clear how long the supercell will remain severe, but it may advance beyond the eastern edge of the watch. So basically the edge of the watch right now, it's basically there. The edge of the watch is basically including Peoria and just a couple of counties to the east. This may continue as far east as Bloomington, Lexington, even possibly out to Fairbury if it can manage to get its act together and really get through that cap. So definitely is something to watch. Something that the SBC was not quite expecting with a supercell, but now that they have formally put it in writing, it's definitely something to keep an eye on as things continue for the rest of the evening.
Certainly the case there as we continue our journey through this severe weather event going on tonight. And the tornado warning that's currently in place, that expires in about 15 minutes, but it looks like our severe thunderstorm warning is going to expire here relatively soon. Although we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just gone into place regarding the supercell. That's for Woodford, Fulton, Tazewell, and Peoria counties until 8:45 p.m. And golf ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts being the primary threats there, with Peoria getting hit here around 8 o'clock, Morton around 8:05, with East Peoria at Germantown Hills, Bayview, and Gardens around 8:10, and Washington getting hit around 8:15. This includes Interstate 155 between mile markers 25 and 31, Interstate 474 between mile markers 0 and 14, and Interstate 74 between mile markers 83 and 118. New Storm Prediction Center outlook will be coming out here in the near future as the situation does continue to evolve. But Yeah, my goodness. All right, let's take a look at that tornado warned storm up in Iowa real quick. This looks somewhat robust. Again, that's a confirmed tornado on the ground there. We're not seeing much in terms of velocity, but again, there was confirmation of a tornado by an emergency manager. So if you're in Poweshiek or Tama counties, you're in a tornado warning until 8:30 p.m. Due to a damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail confirmed by emergency management. So again, if you're in Brooklyn, this thing will be near you in about 5 minutes. If you're in Holiday Lake, you've got about 10 minutes. Hartwick and Chelsea also within that warning, but again, that's a confirmed tornado. I'm currently on the ground here as this substantiated severe weather threat does continue. Let's move back to the cell there in the state of Illinois, which continues to be a concern here as it does move in the general direction of the Peoria radar. It looks like the hail threat there is materializing. However, it does look like that circulation is struggling to get it to act together. And now we're really starting to see what looks to be more air. It's kind of coming together rather than anything else. So this actually might be air that's splitting apart a little bit now. Bit of a divergence going on there, actually. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, definitely not what you expect. You'd expect the way in towards, but yeah, no, the rotation's pretty weak on this now. Still a radar indicated tornado warning in place there. And again, that tornado warning is in place until 8:15 for eastern Fulton, central Tazewell, and south central Peoria counties. And it's going to be for a tornado and 2-inch in diameter hail. So if you're in South Penkin, Bartonville, Creve Coeur, Marquette Heights, any of those areas, it's time to get to your tornado safe place. That's the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. Again, it's the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. Let's move back to the confirmed tornado in the state of Iowa. There with that supercell. And it's not the most robust looking thing in the world on radar. Rishi, what are your thoughts on just the situation with either of the cells?
So the one in or not Iowa, the one in Illinois is the one that I'm more concerned with, just due to the fact that it's heading in the general direction of a rather major population center, that being the relatively major city of Peoria. Um, Although thankfully it's not looking very impressive anymore. It's definitely it has a very decent hook on it. It very easily has the structure to be able to put down another tornado. It's just a matter of can it get through that cap that is in place. So if it didn't stay rooted to the ground as it was cycling, it's gonna have a very hard time of putting down another tornado, which is a good thing. We don't want it to, but if we do see it manage to do so, it should be fairly obvious on radar, given the way this presentation currently looks right now. Regarding the one in Iowa, that one is also a bit concerning as it's moving in the general direction of the far northwestern. I won't call those the suburbs of Cedar Rapids, but pretty darn close to Cedar Rapids. Um, they're still saying that a tornado is on the ground there, so I just don't know exactly where that is because the signatures on that are pretty weak all around. But regardless, wherever that tornado actually is at this point, if it's still on the ground, it's going to be getting a little closer comfort to Cedar Rapids. I don't think Cedar Rapids itself is going to be in the path of this. I think it's going to stay far enough to the north where you don't have to worry. But definitely keep an eye on this very closely if you are anywhere in kind of this western shield of Cedar Rapids, is what I'll call it here. Areas like Newhall, Walford, Fairfax, and Palo especially, I would be really making sure that you're watching the storm carefully, as it could make a deviant right turn, which would then put Cedar Rapids closer to the path of this storm.
Absolutely the case there. And as we continue to take a look at this, we're just going to continue to monitor this for a little longer. And then we're going to go over the brand new outlook courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center here, which has some interesting new details on what's going on here. And we'll also take a look a bit at the bigger picture here in a second as well. I just want to start with the supercell there in Iowa, that tornado warned one. First of all, I want to remind you of the tornado warning there in place for northern Poweshiek and Tama counties until 8:30 for a damaging tornado and quarter-sized hail. However, that is not the real story. There is a severe thunderstorm warning there for 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts currently in place as well. That used to be destructive, no longer a destructive severe thunderstorm, according to the Weather Service. However, if you are in Poweshiek, Tama, or Jasper counties, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30 p.m. For what looks to be a rather substantiated due to that remaining rather substantiated, we could see some strengthening of the storm. But yeah, the new SPC outlook is out. Let's just go back to that storm in Illinois real quick. Just want to check on it, make sure that the storm doesn't look overly menacing. Assuming that's the case, we can go over the brand new severe weather outlook that's in place. Yes, it doesn't look overly menacing. Again, tornado warning remains in effect for central Tazewell and south central Peoria counties until 8:15. That's for tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. So if you're in Peoria, Perkin, Bartonville, Creve Coeur, Marquette Heights, Bellevue, North Pinkin, Northwood, Kingston Mines, Mapleton, Peoria International Airport, or Powhatan, it's time to get to that tornado safe place right now. And it should be noted that a new tornado warning has just come out for the same storm. This does include the city of Peoria. So if I'm in Peoria, you are now in a tornado warning. So for Woodford, Tazewell, and Peoria counties, a tornado warning is in place until 8:30 p.m. This is for a tornado and golf ball sized hail, and this includes the following places. If you're in Peoria, Creve Coeur, West Peoria, Marquette Heights, this will hit you around 8:15. If you're in Morton, this hits you around 8:20. If you're in East Peoria, around 8:25. So if you're in Washington, Metamora, Germantown Hills, or Deer Creek, you are also in this warning. If you're on Interstate 155 between mile markers 29 and 31, you're in this warning. Interstate 474 between mile markers 4 and 14. Interstate 74 between mile markers 91 and 113. Also in this warning. And again, you want to get to your tornado safe place. It's going to be the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. It could be a bathroom, a closet, anything like that, away from windows ideally. So that's what we're looking at this time. Rishi, do you have any thoughts on that cell and the new tornado warning that's just come out in regards to it?
I mean, the warning is definitely warranted. I'm not terribly excited over the fact that it is including the city of Peoria, but I'm not seeing too much in terms of impressive structure. At least on velocity, reflectivity definitely shows a pretty decent hook coming out of that storm, but it's not really hooking. Like it's an appendage coming out of the storm, sure, but it's not actually curling up like you normally see with the hook. So this appendage here is just coming out basically straight out of the storm. What we look for a tornado signature is for this appendage to then start curling in on itself toward the bottom, and we're not seeing that quite yet. So for now, it definitely looks like it's still rotating. Like there's definitely a little bit of rotation still there, centered around Hollis and Marquette Heights. But in terms of an actual hook echo, indicating a strong mesocyclone and a potential tornado, I'm just not seeing it. And even in this latest scan, it looks even weaker. So I don't see this really being too much of a threat, but depending on whether or not it can actually get back down to the surface, I think that'll be the determining factor of whether or not this thing actually gets back to be tornadic. The environment's still there. It's just a matter of can it root back to the ground because I think right now it's having a tough time getting through that cap.
Absolutely the case, and that's good news. We're glad this thing is struggling somewhat to get through that cap, and I wouldn't be shocked if this transitions to a bit more of a hailer for a bit and then starts to die out. It does seem like the um, kind of boundary warmer air is starting to push up, and this is starting to kind of shrink a bit. So wouldn't be shocked to see that this supercell is not going to exactly be able to sustain itself for too terribly much longer. However, there is a storm to its north that looks to be strengthening some. That looks like it could be a bit of a hailer here, so we'll see if that goes severe. But good news, this storm does look to be weakening. However, if you are in Peoria, Germantown Hills, Washington, still need to be in that tornado safe place as this event continues. You're still in a tornado warning. A tornado is still possible with this storm. So we're going to continue to monitor that with time. And now let's just check back in on our Iowa supercell. There's a bit of a hook on it, a solid hook that's been developing, a bit more of an appendage. And it looks like our rotational signature, if there is one, is just outside of that. It's kind of difficult to see. But again, we have a confirmed tornado. According to emergency management, the latest update of this warning is 8:30 p.m. or until 8:30 p.m. for Poweshiek and Tama counties. So if anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask. If you know of anyone within the severe weather risk, please feel free to also let them know. We're streaming. We're doing coverage of this to continue to keep them informed as well. So that's the current situation here. And I'd like to take a look at the bigger picture real quick, Rishi, because I think you're probably noticing this too. We have a long arc of storms here, firing all the way from Des Moines down to near Topeka, Kansas, just of severe thunderstorms. And this stretches all the way from near Des Moines south to near Topeka, with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 1-inch hail, maybe even 1.25-inch hail in some spots, just up and down this line. So, I mean, this line was expected to fire, and this is also expected to be something that produces a threat for some nocturnal tornadoes. But this could be a concern for quite a few areas. So we'll see what ends up happening. But I've noticed that. Is there anything that stands out to you in that line? All right, well, it looks like Rishi is no longer with us on the stream. That is all right. We're going to continue. Going to continue to look at what exactly is going on here as time does go on. But let's just take a look at that bigger picture again. So I just want to go up and down this line because this is important here of severe thunderstorms that are currently occurring. If you're in Topeka, you're going to get hit here within the next like 15, 20 minutes. But let's take a look at this. We have a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to be in place until 8:45 for western Shawnee, southwestern Wannabe, and western or Wabunsee, and northwestern Osage and northern Leon counties. And that's in place here until 8:45 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. As we just move north here, our next severe thunderstorm warning is in place for central Shawnee, eastern Jackson, south central Brown counties until 8:30 p.m. for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. Same hazards here for Brown County until 8:30 p.m. And then here we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in place until 8:30 for northwestern Doniphan, southwestern Nodway, and western Andrew counties till 8:30 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and $50 sized hail. As we continue to move north here, we do have that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, 1-inch hail in the state of Iowa for Madison, Union, Adams, Ringgold, Taylor, and Adair counties. As we continue to move north there, Des Moines within a severe thunderstorm warning there. That just expired. A new severe thunderstorm warning here in place. And this one is in place until 9 o'clock for Polk, Story, Marshall, Jasper, and Wren counties. And then 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail in place there as well. That is from trained weather spotters. So that's what we're seeing up and down this line of strong to severe thunderstorms. All right, with that being said, let's just go over our 2 tornado-warned storms real quick. Here is our first tornado-warned storm up in the state of Iowa. This is for a tornado and quarter-sized hail. This is radar-indicated rotation. And so if you are within rural areas of Poweshiek and Tama counties, including Hartwig, Holiday Lake, and Chelsea, it's time to get to that tornado-safe place. Its lowest level, sturdy building, interior room, bathroom, or closet works. And then as we take a look at the cell here nearing Peoria, a tornado warning remains in place for it as well. This is for Woodford, Tazewell, and Peoria counties in Illinois. It's for a tornado and golf ball sized hail. So if you're in Peoria, Creve Coeur, West Peoria, Marquette, Heights, Morton, East Peoria, Washington, Metamoria, Germantown Hills, or Deer Creek, it's time to get to that tornado safe place as well. It's lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. So that's what we're looking at the moment. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask. I'd be more than glad to answer them. I want to note this is going to be the last hour of commentated coverage for now. More severe storms will be occurring heading into the overnight hours, so live coverage with commentary is possible as storms do occur nocturnally, but we will have an automated stream going in the meantime between those, just so that way you can still see what warnings are going on. We'll have a list of warnings on the side, so that way you have a good idea of what to expect. So again, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, or know anyone in these risks, please feel free to ask and we'll be more than glad to answer them. And that tornado warning in Peoria has been allowed to expire. So that's good news, although a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. And that severe thunderstorm warning is in place for ping pong ball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we are exclusively now focusing on the storm that was tornado warned there in the state of Iowa. It had a bit of a couplet there for a second on the radar. However, that has looked a bit less robust now as well. So again, that tornado warning for tornado and quarter-sized hail remains in place in Poweshiek and Tama counties until 8:30 p.m. And the severe thunderstorm warning that remains in place, they are also for ping pong ball-sized hail, confirmed by emergency management. So since activity's died down a bit, let's talk about the long term now. Let's finally get to what I promised we'd get to. So first things first, let's go over that new Storm Prediction Center outlook that brand new just came out. This is it. So the most notable change here is that moderate risk of severe storms has been removed there on the northern mode. That moderate risk most certainly did verify. We had our 2 stronger tornadoes within it. But now the peak of the threat has passed, although strong storms with large hail and damaging winds and even a few more strong tornadoes are possible. Our moderate risk to the south remains, though, however. So the southern moderate risk here, including near Springfield down through around Fayetteville, Arkansas to near Texarkana, that remains in place. So let's just go over things real quick. Who's in what risks. Because, I mean, that marginal risk now includes most of the state of Wisconsin. And it stretches all the way down through to the... so we basically got from the Canadian-U.S. border to the U.S.-Mexico border some kind of severe threat here, which is rather of concern. So let's take a look at it in a bit more detail now. Here are the tornado risks. So you'll notice here on the northern side of things, near Des Moines, you are now in a level 2 out of 5 risk. Cedar Rapids, Davenport, Peoria, Springfield now in a level 3. Columbia, St. Louis in a level 3, Kansas City in a level 2, but our level 4 out of 5 remains, stretching from near Springfield there, a bit farther north, through Fort Smith, Russellville, near Texarkana, Arkansas, just outside of Little Rock there. That's our best corridor for strong tornadoes today for the remainder of the night tonight, and that's going to happen way later. We'll time this out for you here in not too long. Here's the possibility of strong tornadoes. This is where that is. So if you're within this region, this isn't a probability delineation, really. This is more of a here is where there is a possibility of strong tornadoes. So again, it's just outside of Des Moines. That includes Peoria and Springfield, Illinois. That includes Columbia and St. Louis, Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, Fayetteville, Fort Smith, Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas, stretching down there in Texarkana, near Tyler, Texas. All these areas and the possibility of a stronger tornado today. As we head towards the hail threat there, you'll notice there that we do have our level 3 out of 5 that remains in the northern mode here. This includes Columbia, Missouri, Quincy, Illinois, Peoria, Illinois. Springfield might actually be within this. It's going to be close. Springfield just outside. Des Moines just outside. Cedar Rapids is in. Rockford is in. Madison, Wisconsin is barely in, but is in. Milwaukee is out of the level 3, but in the level 2. Places in the level 2 that are notable, we have Dallas, Fort Worth, Shreveport, Louisiana, Little Rock, Arkansas, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Springfield, Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, St. Louis, Missouri, Des Moines, Iowa, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Chicago, Illinois, Springfield, Illinois. And then in our level 1, we have places like Indianapolis, Indiana, Memphis, Tennessee. Those are the 2 major cities that I'm thinking of here. And then if we talk about where very large hail is, that's 2 inches in diameter or higher, you'll notice the possibility of hail that large stretches all the way from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, all the way through to near Dallas, major cities, including Milwaukee, Des Moines, Springfield, Peoria, St. Louis, Columbia, Kansas City, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Fayetteville, Arkansas, Dallas, Fort Worth. They're stretching into central Texas. As we go over a tornado threat, or not tornado, wind threat, you'll notice that's the largest enhanced risk. So we have an enhanced risk of particularly strong winds. And with that there, Des Moines is in, barely in, right along the line. Madison is in, Milwaukee is out for a level 3, Peoria and Springfield, St. Louis, Columbia in that risk, Fort Smith in that risk, Fayetteville, Arkansas in that risk as well, with the level 2 surrounding that. So Chicago, Illinois, Memphis, Tennessee, Little Rock, Arkansas, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Dallas, Fort Worth, Shreveport, Louisiana, all within the level 2, and then again the level 1 surrounds that. And good news, when it comes to particularly strong winds, there's nowhere. Nowhere is expected to get hurricane force or higher wind gusts, although again in isolated fashion it could happen. So that's the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook from the guys in Norman. And we'll continue to watch what is happening with these strong thunderstorms. And yeah, that thunderstorm near Peoria is fizzling out. And our tornado warned storm there near Des Moines, that one looks somewhat organized. So I'll head back to that here real quick. Just check in on that. And then we're going to go into what the overnight threats look like. So this is it. There's that tornado warning remains in place for Poweshiek and Tama counties until 8:30. So you've got about 6 minutes. Again, you want to be in that tornado safe place. That's the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. That could be a bathroom or closet, something of that nature. And we do have severe thunderstorm warnings beyond that, heading in the general direction of Vinton. And this does look like it's going to go north and west of Cedar Rapids. Again, this looks like it's going to go north and west, although that's no guarantee. If this does latch on, if the warm front moves north and then this latches on, this could become a right mover. So if I'm in Cedar Rapids, I am watching this for sure. However, while this is solidly elevated now, that warm front is going to nudge north just a bit. So we'll see what ends up happening there, but rather substantiated stuff there, to say the very least. So let's go over what the night looks like. And to start, let's start with our mesoscale discussions. These kind of give us an idea of what the rest of the night's going to look like in the short term. So this will give us an idea of what the short term is going to look like, what the next few hours look like. So we'll start here with our mesoscale discussion regarding our cell in Illinois. There's a localized severe threat there. It's going to continue here over the next 1 to 2 hours. And this was issued as of about 9:30 p.m. Central, or until 9:30 p.m. So the severe threat for this remains until around 9:30 p.m., at which point the SPC expects that this will have fizzled out. So in that case, if this does remain until that point, if I'm south there near Pontiac, Kankakee, Washika, I wouldn't be shocked if this makes it close to the Illinois-Indiana border. However, I don't expect it will cross it. Let's go back to the SPC homepage. We can then go to the next mesoscale discussion. This was issued 23 minutes ago. This is for a few bouts of severe hail that remain possible for the remainder of the evening, and again, this is valid until 9:30 within the severe thunderstorm watch that's currently ongoing. These storms to the north, let me just get the storm tracker going for you. These could produce some severe hail. However, no severe storms are ongoing in that watch right now. And then finally, here, as we look at what's going on, there's likely to be a severe thunderstorm watch issued here soon, maybe even a tornado watch. But there's going to be a watch south and west of Weather Watch 117 being needed within the next hour. 80% chance of watch issuance there. With this mesoscale discussion valid until 10:15, you can see there the high-resolution images. We do have Doppler radar of those storms moving on through with those good moisture fields and that cold front there draping across, and our dry line draping there as well. So we're going to have an arc of storms that continues to form along here. It's heading in the general direction of Kansas City, but a new weather watch looks like it will be needed soon. So that's definitely something to watch as well. So we've talked about that a bit. Let's talk about the other threats here real quick, and then we'll dive into timing specifically of the severe weather threats. So when it comes to the blizzard here, we have a major blizzard that's been moving through South and North Dakota, heading into Minnesota here over the last little while. What does that look like? Just let me get some time to pull up the data here. But that looks pretty substantial and widespread here. So latest key messages here, courtesy of the Weather Prediction Center, are that we're probably going to see additional heavy snow continuing heading into tomorrow, with over 1 foot of snow still possible in these areas here, especially where the heaviest snow is falling there from Grand Forks to Aberdeen. And they're saying that isolated locations could end up with up to 3 feet or so of snow by the end of this. And major winter weather severity index impacts are expected within this. So if you're within this blizzard here, this is where the significant disruptions to daily life are currently expected. Let me redraw that to be a bit more true to the graphic. Major disruptions to daily life are very possible throughout this entire region still, for traveling, for driving at all, even for being indoors if power outages occur. Major disruptions to daily life are expected within that general corridor that I just drew. They're expecting blizzard conditions there with strong winds and heavy snow, and they're expecting freezing rain across the Great Lakes, interestingly enough, as we head to tomorrow. So that freezing rain and icy conditions will be likely, with isolated power outages and slippery travel likely here. And that's stretching across this general region here tomorrow, tonight into tomorrow. So as these storms move up here and advect moisture, they're likely going to become a source of problems with time. From a winter perspective, we're also going to see life-threatening cold. So behind this, the air's getting quite cool. We can actually pull up the temperatures real quick. And I think this gives you a good contrast. So ahead of this front, 74 degrees, 74 degrees, 76 degrees, 79 degrees. On the back end here, 31 degrees, 15, 14 degrees, 13 degrees, 13 degrees, 19 degrees, 25 degrees, 27 degrees. It's going to be cold. It's going to be quite cold. So areas there behind this front are going to have quite cool temperatures to deal with, to say the very least. So it's the current anticipation, and strangely enough, we've had a tornado watch update here. With these counties now out of the tornado watch, strangely enough, that'll probably be replaced by the severe thunderstorm watch, I'd assume, in short order. But that's rather strange that they'd do that. They wouldn't just keep it in there, because they have a severe thunderstorm watch here, of course, to west. Good news here, just wanted to report no tornado warnings currently in place. But the final thing I want to mention here is that damaging winds are expected in the southwest through the Midwest. Widespread gusts in excess of 50 miles per hour likely, stretching from the Four Corners up to the high plains in the upper Midwest, with power outages, wind damage, blowing dust, and extremely critical fire weather conditions being the result of that. Speaking of extremely critical fire weather conditions, here they are. This is our fire weather map, and I just want to go over what's going on here. So, the elevated risk, that is in the yellow. That is a lower risk for fire weather. So that's not huge, but still, that's substantiated. The Storm Prediction Center will highlight an elevated risk for fire weather if they feel it's warranted. So, still not anything to scoff at, that's for sure. But again, those extremely critical fire weather conditions are currently in place. So, the risks are as follows. If you're elevated, that means that the wind and relative humidity are low enough that they think there's a possibility of some widespread wildfires. So that includes Kansas City, Omaha, Colorado Springs, Albuquerque, New Mexico, just outside of that. Now, if you're in the critical risk, this is where things start to get more serious. A critical risk is there when they're expecting that the relative humidities are going to be pretty low, the temperatures are going to be pretty high, and we're going to have 3 hours or more of substantiated fire weather conditions. So this is where you're expecting sustained 3 hours or more of substantiated fire weather conditions where fire weather could grow out of control, and fires could. It's critical risk. Extremely critical risks are in place when you are expecting winds over 30 miles per hour, and you are expecting within that extremely critical risk area as well very good fuels, good temperatures as well, and again 3 hours or more of this criteria. But this is where widespread fires are likely. If you do and they're mostly man-made, so you can prevent them. But if even one fire is started, it is likely to grow widespread. We've seen some of that today. Numerous fires within this area, so again, extremely critical and very rare extremely critical fire weather risk in place today. This is not common. This is the equivalent of a high risk for severe thunderstorms like we saw last Friday for fire weather, and that includes Lubbock, Midland, and Amarillo, Texas, stretching into the Oklahoma Panhandle near Enid. It includes Liberal, Kansas, near Wichita, Kansas as well, and right on the edge there is Garden City. So again, extremely critical fire weather conditions are currently in place. So that's something else to note as we do head into the evening and overnight hours. Now we've gone over that, let's actually go over some severe weather stuff with timing tonight. So we're going to divide this into two different sections, for the northern side of things and the southern side of things. And personally, I think we're going to go over two different solutions here. We'll see. We'll go over the high-resolution rapid refresh, and we'll also go over the North American model. Now, the North American model is 6 hours older or so, but still gives us a good idea of what's going on here. So let's first of all take a look at the Midwest. This is as of 7 o'clock, so here's 8 o'clock. You can see that line of storms firing. Here's 9 o'clock. Now, for context, I'm just going to mark these cities here in pink. So let's just take a look at them real quick. Here's Des Moines. Here, I'll actually make these markers a bit bigger. Here's Des Moines. Here's Kansas City. Here's Wichita. Here's St. Louis. Here's Columbia. Here's Springfield, Missouri. Here's Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Oklahoma. So we move north. Here's Springfield, Peoria, Bloomington. This should give us an idea of kind of what to expect here. So as we head into the night, you'll notice here that this is as of 9 p.m. This is 10 p.m. You'll notice here we have severe storms still ongoing to the north here in Iowa, and we have this arc of severe storms stretching all the way from near Wichita, stretching all the way up into Iowa. And this is going to be our main concern in the overnight hours. And again, this is as of 10 p.m., so 11 p.m. midnight. And you'll notice here more intense severe storms there up in Iowa, but again, severe storms possible across this whole thing. So around 11 p.m. midnight is when you'll be out of the threat in Des Moines. The threat will fire there around 11 p.m., it appears. So that's 3 UTC? Yeah. And so you'll notice there that Wichita gets hit around 10 p.m., and then as we head towards 11 p.m., there, Kansas City starts getting hit. Wichita's still in it. Midnight, Kansas City's in the thick of it. Wichita's out of it, and so is Des Moines. As we continue to head through the night, you'll notice there in eastern Iowa, severe storms continue at 1 a.m., and then we'll see Oklahoma City getting impacts around 2 a.m., and then you'll see there severe storms, especially in Missouri, splitting Kansas City and Columbia there around the 2 a.m. time frame. Then 3 a.m. rolls around, and at 3 a.m., you're noticing there that storms are knocking on the doorstep of Jefferson City, Columbia, stretching south, Tulsa, Oklahoma, also within that severe threat. 4 a.m., Tulsa in the thick of it with severe storms looking to be more robust to the north, Columbia in the thick of it as well. 5 a.m., Springfield starting to get into the thick of it there in Missouri with Columbia still within the severe weather risk, Peoria and Bloomington now starting to come within that severe weather risk as well. And you'll notice there that Springfield also coming within it. 6 a.m., there we go. You'll notice rather clearly Springfield still within the risk, Tulsa out of the risk, Columbia out of the risk now. And then you'll notice there Peoria, Bloomington, Springfield, Illinois starting to be in the risk there as storms arrive. 7 a.m., robust line of storms moving towards the St. Louis metro, and Peoria pretty much out of it, Bloomington pretty much out of it. And then here as we head into tomorrow, you'll notice that arc of storms move through. And this will be something we'll cover more in depth in a video tomorrow beyond that forecasted time period. So again, overnight tonight, we're going to see storms moving through most of the cities, if not all the cities I've highlighted here in the northern mode, mostly a line of storms, unlikely to see discrete storms. And so the most likely scenario is spin-up tornadoes with strong wind gusts and large hail. Now, let's move to the southern mode of this severe weather episode. One down here. Now, I want to highlight our moderate risk of severe thunderstorms. Just to kind of give us an idea of where the best focused corridor for severe storms will be located. Now, your best focus is going to be right along and in a risk area. Looks an awful lot like this. Might not be exact, but it's close. It gives us the idea. So let's talk about it as we head into the overnight hours. Here we are, 8, 9 o'clock. You'll notice there's some more discrete action according to this model. And we can actually check real quick on the storm tracker. Do we have more discrete action down there? The answer, no. It looks like more of a line, but still rather substantiated. We can go back to our model. It's 9 o'clock. That's right about now. 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight. Not much going on in our primary focus corridor for severe weather. 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., not much going on there either until the line moves in. So according to this model, we're not going to see too much in the way of discrete supercells within the southern risk. Now, does that mean that's not going to happen? Absolutely not. The Storm Prediction Center knows what they're doing. There is still the concern for nocturnal tornadoes here. Now let's take a look at our second solution. This one being from the North American model, and we'll time things out the same way we did before. Now you'll notice here this model does not have things as well. It has many more storms ongoing here, but you'll notice the general idea that that line of storm still forms and still moves through the same general regions, and that's the important part, is that there is a consensus on that. So those of you that I was talking about in the line, you're going to be in the line. Now in the southern mode, there's not much going on here, according to this model either. Just the line, but that does not mean that the moderate risk is not in place, and here's why. I'm going to go through a few other models for you here real quick. This is an experimental model, but I want to go over it because I want to show you here what the southern mode of severe weather could look like. So this is Arkansas specifically, and this is the simulated radar. And for those that are into meteorology, you know the simulated radar is by no means the best way of showing this, but I think that here this gives just people an idea of what's going on without getting too technical. So notice here we get into midnight. And this has a more discrete storm mode as we head into the morning hours, right? And just for those of you that are environment people, you'll notice there that's a decent environment for some stronger tornadoes. So that's what we have here. And we're going to continue to monitor this with time. Is this could get rather dangerous. So we'll see what happens, but again, not too much. More discrete mode there. You'll notice here the FV3 model actually has pretty quickly here, by around 10 o'clock, a discrete cell firing in Arkansas, of course. And so there are some model solutions that indicate a real possibility of some more discrete storm action happening. However, a lot of that would have already started. So that's good news for the moderate risk, is that it looks like storm coverage may not be as robust as it was initially expected to be. However, that other wave of storms, that line that's still going to move through, that's still going to be capable of a significant tornado threat, and as a result, we're still going to be remaining on the air as that line of storms moves through. And there it is. That makes a lot more sense, that cancellation of the tornado watch for most of central Missouri, stretching up north here, all the way to around the Missouri, Iowa line there. So that's what we're looking at right now. The primary focus has now shifted from discrete, isolated supercell thunderstorms to a line of thunderstorms here, stretching from Des Moines down to near Kansas City. Our significant tornado threat materialized, and now it looks as if discrete cells are going to be less the name of the game, and what's going to be more the name of the game is is the line of storms near Kansas City right now. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask them. I'll be more than glad to answer them as time here does go on. But we are heading towards the end of this live streaming period. So again, now is your chance to ask questions. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask them, and I will be more than glad to answer them as we head through the final bits of this stream. But no even considerable or destructive severe weather warnings are currently in place. It's just the plain old nearly 60 mile per hour winds, 1 inch hail, somewhere around there, across the whole line. So nothing overly strong is happening right now, nothing out of the ordinary, but we are currently having a rather significant severe weather risk. So I'm going to take a quick break real quick here for the next 5 minutes or so. I'll come back at about 10 minutes before the top of the hour, and we'll just go over the current watches that are in place for the remainder of the night. We'll go over the SPC outlook one more time, and I'll go over what things look like as we head into the overnight hours and tomorrow with what advective weather is going to be doing. So thank you guys so much for watching thus far. We'll see you soon, and there's a new severe thunderstorm watch that just came out. That's even more to talk about when we do come back tonight. So again, thank you so much for watching. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Advective Weather stream. We're going to be on the air for the next 10 minutes or so before we do go to an automated streaming service. The streaming service will look a lot like what you've been seeing. There will just be a loop of the current radar, the current watches, warnings, things like that, and there will be a list of warnings on the side as well to keep you posted with the latest when it does come to what is currently happening. So hopefully that'll be of use to you. I certainly know that it is of use to me. So, yeah, that's the current philosophy with that. But, yeah, we have an automated stream here that's coming up relatively soon. to help you out with that. Should be noted here, we do have this robust supercell in the state of Iowa near Des Moines. It does have a bit of a hook, and a lot of times that this hook is a cause for concern. We're concerned about it becoming tornadic. However, good news here, the environment that this storm is in, not particularly conducive for such a thing. So we're not overly concerned about it. However, a funnel cloud was reported recently by a trained spotter, so we'll see. That could get tornado warned here soon. However, the severe thunderstorm warning for Polk County is now a considerable damage threat for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if I'm in Storney, Marshall, or Jasper counties, just want to make sure that I'm taking those severe weather precautions there, because again, I've got golf balls falling from the sky up there in Iowa. We also have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Texas, of all places, near the Texas-Mexico border. Now, I mentioned that there was a possibility of more of these, and again, we have one of these classic, like, Del Rio hailers. These happen a lot, and this guy looks big. The hail size in our algorithm here is about 2 3/4 inches, and the severe thunderstorm warning here is currently for tennis balls and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's 2.5-inch diameter hail, according to the Weather Service down there. I wouldn't be shocked to see that upgraded to a destructive severe thunderstorm here in the relatively near future. But for now, there you are. Considerable damage threat with that severe thunderstorm there down in southern Texas, all in its lonesome. But there it is, a considerable damage threat. And again, it's heading in the general direction of San Antonio. So if I'm in San Antonio, I'd be bracing myself. This thing's going to ride up I-35 towards you within the next hour or two. I'd say within the next 2 hours, it'll be on your doorstep, and it could produce some big ol' hail. So make sure that you're watching that closely for sure. I do want to go over the current watches in place before we go, and what the rest of the night looks like. So again, we have a severe thunderstorm watch here that's going to be in place let's see here. I'm going to make this easier to do. So here are all the watches. We have our new one to the south here. We'll talk about that one first. But let's just get to the watches first. That's the first priority. So severe thunderstorm watch 118 was issued 7 minutes ago. And this severe thunderstorm watch is for south central and southeast Kansas and south central northeast Oklahoma until 3 a.m. So this severe thunderstorm watch right here, to the south right there, this one is in place until 3 a.m. So this is for scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 2 inches in diameter, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. And they also do mention the possibility of a tornado or two. So again, that's until 3 a.m. there. That does include that includes Tulsa, Oklahoma. So we'll make sure that we're keeping that under control. So we move north here. This is Severe Thunderstorm Watch 116. This is the one that includes Topeka, Kansas, and Kansas City. So that Severe Thunderstorm Watch is currently in place. And that includes northeast Kansas and northwest Missouri, effective all the way until midnight. That's for scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter. That's for scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and the possibility of a tornado or two. So that's what's going on there with that severe thunderstorm watch. We then have the tornado watch is currently in place. That's tornado watch 115. This is for central and southwest Iowa, northwest Illinois, and northern Missouri. And this is the purple one. This is for several tornadoes and a couple of intense tornadoes that already occurred. And the tornado threat looks to have died down now, so I'm not sure how I feel about that. But still, a few tornadoes are certainly possible within the watch. Widespread large hail and isolated very large hail events up to 3.5 inches in diameter likely. And scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely with that watch. That watch in place until 10 p.m. tonight. So a new watch will likely take its place afterwards as time goes on. Our final watch here, our final severe thunderstorm watch, this is Severe Thunderstorm Watch 117. This is the northernmost one. This severe thunderstorm watch is in place for northeast Iowa, extreme northwest Illinois, southeast Minnesota, and southwest Wisconsin until 1 a.m. tonight. This is for scattered large hail, isolated very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter, and isolated damaging wind gusts up to 65 miles per hour possible. These storms are known as elevated storms, so it's unlikely that they will be capable of producing tornadoes. So that's good news there. And those are all the watches that we currently do have in place right now. I'd like to go over a couple of what are known as mesoscale discussions, courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center before we go. Actually, there's just one in particular that I'm really interested in. That's this one right here. So they are monitoring the potential tornado threat over the next few hours, and a tornado watch may be needed within the hour, and they're monitoring that storm there near Texarkana we were talking about a little bit ago. 80% chance of tornado watch issuance, and again, they're saying a tornado watch may be needed within the hour. This mesoscale discussion valid until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So a tornado watch could be issued here pretty quick. Another thing here, we do have occasional bouts of 1 inch per hour snowfall rates likely within this blizzard here. And that mesoscale discussion includes Grand Forks, valid until 10:30 p.m. So with that being said, again, the moderate risk here remains tonight. So please, if you're within the enhanced or moderate risk, make sure that you have multiple ways to get weather alerts tonight. That's your phone. That could be a family member. That could be anything like that. It's just make sure that you have multiple ways to get weather alerts, because these storms are going to be plowing through overnight and could produce strong tornadoes. The most deadly of tornadoes happen at night, and they tend to be the ones where the tornado warnings come out and people are much less likely to respond to them. So please, please, please have multiple ways to get weather alerts and take those warnings seriously overnight if you're within the slight risk or higher for severe storms. We have an enhanced risk for severe storms tomorrow with a rather large significant tornado threat, a wind threat, and a large hail threat. Now, we are not going to go into too much detail on this tonight in this stream, but if you want to get details on this, we will have a video coming out tomorrow morning regarding the situation. So be sure to turn your notifications on, subscribe to Advective Weather if you want to be notified of when that video comes out so you get more details. And keyword might be live again tomorrow, depends on how things end up unfolding. But we'll just have to see what things look like as we do head into tomorrow. But again, we'll have a video coming out tomorrow morning, and we may go live again depending on what happens here. Final thing of note before we do go here, first of all, if you have any final questions, comments, concerns, now is the time to talk about them, as we are about to go. Finally, we do have a destructive now severe thunderstorm in the state of Texas. This is a robust hailer. Big hail coming out of this, and again, that is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning there. For baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's 2 3/4 inches in diameter there. And again, it's a destructive storm moving in the direction of Purcell on Interstate 35. It's riding up I-35. So if you're in Delvine, Moore, Yancey, Beery, Freetown, or Bigfoot, get to that safe place right now. That is 2 3/4 inch hail. It's baseballs falling from the sky. And again, if you're from San Antonio, I'd be watching this. This is going to be heading in your direction relatively soon. With the Weather Service talking about severe injuries being a real possibility here. Someone saying, greetings from Temple, Texas. Greetings to you as well. Hope you've been having a good night tonight as the situation does continue to unfold here. Glad to have you on board. If you're in Temple, Texas, you're actually in a risk for severe storms tonight. I'm sure something that's probably been on your mind, especially because I've been shutting up about it. But yeah, you're in a slight risk for severe storms tonight as the night does go on. But with that being said, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that this was a good stream for you to watch. I hope that this was a good use of your time and you are informed of what is expected in the overnight hours. So thanks again. If you are interested, subscribe to the channel and be sure to turn notifications on in order to get that notification when our video comes out for the severe weather event tomorrow, likely in the morning, the early morning, if I had to guess. around 7, 8 a.m., maybe 9 a.m. ish, as we do continue to look at the situation that's unfolding. We'll just have to see what happens. But with that being said, I hope the stream has been good for you so far. We are going to now transition over to our automated streaming service that will contain a warnings list for you to look at, which will include the warning type, the state that it's in, things of that nature. And that warning list is being pulled up right now here, with the lists of counties as well. So we'll have the stream pulled up there, with the polygons and everything as well, updating. And we'll have those update in real time so you can see better what's going on there. But yeah, there we go. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this stream was good for you. And I'm just going to check here, make sure we don't have any last minute questions, comments, or concerns. Looks like we don't, so thanks again for watching. And we'll be back on the air if anything significant or dangerous happens.